Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is March 30th. It's 2025 on the ancient moon calendar, 2026 on the ancient sun calendar. It is 1447 on the ancient Islamic calendar, and please correct me if that is not correct. It is 5785 on the Hebrew Israelite calendar. It's 10,066 on the ancient Yoruba calendar. And it is millions and millions and trillions and millions of years since time immemorial on our ancient Moorish calendar. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in alignment and according to the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. This is a sovereign, living, ancient Article 3, Moorish American Al-Moroccan Universal Court action. We are the sovereign, living justices and ego sum Pauline Ritchie. My free chosen sovereign appellation is light tajiri bay. All are in capitis diminution nolo in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capit et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal natural living head and body for our empire. All Moors are the original, indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants for the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Shemites, Israelites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original, indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient Moroccan empire. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We are ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earthwide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. We are the law by our sovereign status, which is the original, indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient Article 3 living United States District for Columbia Court. And we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, divine ministers, possessors, grantors, and title trustors for all causes for action, and our system is the trustee. We are peace, we are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our own sovereign divine ascension. We do possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the true living God nation, are war, W-A-H-R, and we are not at war. We are all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, non-pro-tunc. Islam. Let's go ahead and share our screen so that we can commune together. Islam. Okay. And again, the previous Congress has been uploaded to the public record YouTube at Light Tajiri Bay channel for all who will to witness it. The first order for our business, we will to propose a law for a specified amount of time. And we've talked about this before, but we will to propose the law now so that we can see as we're going out onto the land that there's clarity about who we are, what we're doing, and all of that. So let's start the proposal for this law by stating that in the previous era, and we'll just give you some background on what we're proposing. In the previous era, in the previous era's enactment, just a moment, let me get this. In the previous era's enactment, all capital letters was used to just really wreak havoc in that previous enactment. Just wreak havoc. For those who did not know what capitalism was about. And we were not taught about capitalism in the previous era's animal husbandry schools. Some knew about it, but the majority of us did not realize or know that a word in all capital letters is not a living, that's not the living people. And so capital letters, all capital letters were used to just to throw people in jail, to push debt onto people, and all of that. And the people did not know that capitalism was not talking to them. Capitalism was talking to those corpses and corporations who identify as that. Okay? So the only way that anyone could have pretended to capture the original indigenous ancient people is by capitalism. And we did not know that words that sounded exactly like our holy sovereign appellations, we did not know that, no, that's not you. They're not talking to you when debt and war rants and things and all kinds of fictitious paper was being enacted as sent and thrown around and enacted as being placed on the public record and all of that. We did not know in the previous era, the sleeping period, that had nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with us. So we propose that now that we are awake and we can see, we can see, we are the living, we know that we are the nobility, we're the heirs to all land, all natural resources, all commerce, everything belongs to us, everything, we're aware of that now. That there is nothing that does not belong to us, to include persons, because that's what in all capital letters word was in the previous era. It was a dead person. Now that we're awake, we created our own persons. We created our own persons, a living natural person. It's not us, it's a tool. That's what a person is. It's a tool. It's a creditor transmitting utility for us because we created it. How do you create a person? Please go back and look at our fiduciary document, which will be under this video on YouTube at Light Tajiri Bay channel. Study the fiduciary document. Look at how we have proclaimed all letters, all numbers, all signs, all sounds, all sigils, everything, all graphics, all hieroglyphs, all hieroglyphics, all of that belongs to us because we create them. Thus, we do not use and accept other persons' forms. We create our own because when we create our own, those are our persons. And anytime we write, it belongs to us, not anyone else. And so now that we know about persons and that capitalism, foreign, fraudulent, fictitious capitalism at that, was used in the previous era, to enslave. And now that we've created our own persons, in all capital letters, we've created that, because we will to make the distinction between the living and the dead. Now what we're doing is we're going to suspend the use of all capital letters in terms of words that are written in all capital letters. That is our proposal. So we agree to no use of capitalization, and this is by us even, for all nationals and subjects until further notice. Now we know what that's going to do. We know what that's going to do. But I will to have us discuss before we vote on this what that's going to do. Only use capitis diminutio minima, which is the first letter capitalized and the rest of the letters lowercase, or all lowercase letters, however, whichever we choose. Support for the proposal is based on the Constitution, because we always talk about the law, and is first based on treaty law, which supersedes even Constitution. The treaty talks about the difference between Moors and citizens, and there being conflict between Moors and citizens, and who's to decide that. Well, at this point, we don't have any conflict with any citizens at all, because there are no citizens, there are only subjects. There's Moors on the land and there are subjects on the land, and we're not at war with our subjects. We are not at war with our subjects. Now, everyone, including the actors who are subjects, all of them, they're subjects. Everyone knew that we were going to do what we're doing now. All the things that we've done previously up to now, everyone knew we were going to, and that is why they were saying, in their enactment, they were warning each other, because they weren't talking to us. They were warning each other that the quote-unquote middle class is going to disappear, and there's going to be the super wealthy and then everybody else. Well, in a way, that's true. We've always been the super wealthy, always been the 1%, and and everyone else has always been subject to us, because it's our land. We created it. Everything belongs to us. Those are not ego statements. Those are not ego statements. Those are facts and law. The Fifth Amendment talks about not having to go into a court and answer for a capital, and no capital punishment, etc. That's what the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution is about. It's about capitalism, and how none of us were supposed to be in fake courts that use capital letters to summon corpses and dead persons. We were never supposed to be there, according to the Fifth Amendment. But what did we have to do? It was our duty and responsibility, because we self-govern. We are the government, and not only do we self-govern, we govern the whole earth. That means all land, all natural resources, all commerce, and all other. We were never supposed to be in fake courts. with all capital letters and answering for a capital. But we had to actually write the Constitution. We had to write it ourselves, which we have done. We had to autograph it and put it on the public record, which we have done. So even with the treaties, we were on YouTube the other day, and someone, posted something about Moors stealing land and how they had treaties that say that we stole land. So we don't argue with people. We don't argue with people. What we do is just ask questions. So I just asked. I said, is your signature on that treaty that you have? And of course, days went by and no response to our court action. None. Why? Because they wanted to come and go head to head over land that they they have no claim to it, because they've not written anything and put it on the public record and then enforced it. Outside of fiat, false, fake, fictitious capitalism. Capitalism is not a foreign capitalism at that. And let me make sure that I specify foreign capitalism. Foreign capitalism is not legal nor lawful. Never has been, never will be. Never has been, never will be. Number 2, we are the Treasury, so there was no need for a Federal Reserve Corporation, quote unquote. We stated and put on the public record a Federal Reserve, which was actually it's actually federal, and it actually is the reserve. And that was for subjects to have a way to do things on the land. That's what it's for. The real Federal Reserve, which is us. So that those who came here could have a way to do things in terms of commercial things. So what this will do is, as we suspend all capitalization, there will be no need for our Federal Reserve until we unsuspend it, if we ever choose to do that. Number 3, that means that no persons will be doing commerce. That means that corporations will not be doing anything. We have a system for that. We have a system for that. And then we have companies that will do things, and merchants that will do things, that are doing things. Company is not the same as corporation. Only people will be trading, not persons, people. And we do what we will on our land. Number 4, it is to maintain clarity of overstanding regarding lawful and legal commerce. The difference between the two. What does that mean? That means every mortgage, quote unquote, every bill, every debt, all of that is automatically null and void. It will be null and void. It was null and void from the beginning. However, once we state that on the public record properly, there will be things that go away, and they're going away already, that we will no longer, there's no need for them. Number 5, to continue expansion and maintain the integrity of personam jurisdiction. Personam jurisdiction is about persons, but it's about people first. So it really should be people sanum jurisdiction. What that means is that any person is under our authority already, period. So one thing we do know is that anyone who came here had to be a person to even get here. To do commerce and do whatever they're doing, they came here to do, because they really came here to do commerce. So they had to be a person to be here. That's why at Ellis Island, everybody got a name, quote unquote, in that enactment. So number 6, to reinforce the use of gold, silver, commodities, and more sovereign delarium. And that's already ongoing. The national trade launch, which we absolutely are just very proud of, it affirms that, basically. So, and again, this only affects the capitalized contracts such as bills, debts, mortgages, and all other capitalized paper, and not the actual positive issuements, benefits, credits, monies for and to the people. Okay, this only affects things that we terminated already anyway. Okay, we terminated all corporate contracts, quote unquote, and now we're just stating that we're seeing still things come through. We're shutting down. See, the termination for corporate contracts was a personal or a personam jurisdiction action. Okay. However, just one moment. This action today is for all things. Now, let me say this: it's going to affect your kin, our kin, who have not awakened yet. It's going to affect them, but it's affecting them anyway. The things that we've done is already affecting them. And by affecting them, we mean that it's causing them to have to think about waking up. They have to think about waking up. And our ancestors, the way our ancestors do things is that they are very, yes, we can. They are very, the ancestors are very generous about the wake up process. Some of us were awakened a little more forcefully because of what we have to do. You know, some of us were awakened by jail demonstrations. We call them power demonstrations, POW demonstrations. You know, which is and some were awakened by eviction demonstrations and things like that. Our ancestors are very generous with the time for us awakening. However, as we continue doing the work that we're doing, it means that those who have not awakened have a shorter time span, because because of the way things are unfolding. Okay, actors cannot continue acting with the things that are unfolding as we continue doing what we're doing. So With that being stated, we will to open the table so that we can discuss the matter.
Trying to unmute.
Islam, Empress.
Islam.
Empress Tasha first, and then Empress Cynthia, Chief Justice Imani, and then Chief Justice Tonis as well. Empress Shasha.
Islam, I put a question in the chat because in my mind this is what I'm hearing.
I may have missed it. I apologize.
So the question is, if the mortgage enactment is removed, and this is for people who have not awakened as yet, then in fact there is no enactment of ownership of property. Thus, without
why does your package keep getting thrown on the ground at the post office? Why does your package?
Go ahead, Empress.
Declaring
if you don't pay, they'll take it away. If you don't pay, they'll take it away. If you don't.
So I'm just hopefully it's in the chat, but that's what I'm hearing, which to my mind makes sense as to what this will do to everybody.
Oh, you stupid bitch!
Yes,
you can't even mail a fucking package, you dumb bitch.
It will. It's going to do what's already being done. See, the system knew that we were going to do what we're doing right now, what we're about to vote on. That's why they talk about the great taking, quote unquote, the great taking. If you can't prove that you own it, do you really own it?
Well, and the truth of the matter is,
Just like they cut your cell service off.
But nobody in the wrong status or capitalized as a dead fiction person, somebody else's property, then as a slave, chattel cannot own anything. So there was never ownership aside from the divine ownership of our blood right and our being, but by virtue of being named by a different thing and us consenting to it, even in ignorance, there could not be any ownership.
No.
Not even of your own self. Because
you can't even mail a package.
To being in an enactment, because of course with ourselves, but that's what I hear. So I yield. Yes.
So yes, essentially we're stating what the truth is anyway. Absolutely. We're just. It's the law. Empress Cynthia. It's the law. Empress Cynthia.
Islam, great and grand rising. Recently, the actors in the office of Supreme Court, in their opinion, the United States federal note is a fraudulent document. So, what that says to me, everything that was acquired with the Federal Reserve note and that system is null and void.
Yes.
So it sounds like they were preparing for what we're doing today.
We've given due process, Empress Cynthia. We have been putting due process on the record for a while. Have we not?
We have Islam.
You know, Empress Cynthia, and particularly, you know, the test that we've all been through was to prepare us for this now. It was to prepare us for this so that we would know how to proceed. And that's why, you know, when we first started all of this, the first thing we did was say, okay, title to your domiciles, learn these processes because of what we have to do. Empress Cynthia, I'm just so appreciative that you're here because you've been tested as well, you know, and your strength.
I have still tested.
And your strength is monumental. Is monumental.
And I'm so grateful for this oasis.
Yes. Yes. And now we're hearing it from the subjects, the things that we've been saying and stating and making the laws for and creating the containment mechanism for our wealth. Wealth comes when we prove that we're ready for it, and we've proven that. We've proven that. So now that, and this is something that I've been seeing, our brothers and sisters who are asleep are starting to get worried because some of them still think they're black, and they're not seeing any hope for blacks. We have already stated that the ancestors will do all that is necessary for them to wake up because they must wake up. And all we have to do is keep doing what we've been doing, which is prepare, which is demonstrate who we are, period. So are there any questions about our proposal that we will to vote on?
Islam,
Empress.
I'm sitting here thinking about, you know, everything that you've stated already and the effects and also what Empress Sasha and Empress Cynthia had stated already as well. The effects of, you know, all of us, because it's going to affect all of us. Yet at the same time, what I'm feeling in my spirit is that this has to happen, and it has to happen now. And what's going to happen, in my foresight, is that it's going to be an escalation. And I don't see any way out of it as far as the escalation of it. And then it has to happen. When I think about my family, I'm learning not to call them my family because they're not really my family. This is people that I came through. There was a portal. I came through the portal, and here I am. Voila.
Well, you can call them your clan.
Well, it's because of what
Thanks, Marilyn.
It's what I'm learning right now. So yes, I am in agreement. I can still call them that, but there's something I have to learn at this particular point, which is a detachment, because I've got to learn some things, and it's got to be me. I got to learn those things about me. Now, if I'm making myself clear. But then the other thing that I was thinking about, and I think I just lost my thought. But okay. So now the family portion of it, because there's some things that I am experiencing because they think I've lost my mind. So. And that's the reason why I'm thinking in the way that I'm thinking. It has to happen so that they will see, oh, wait a minute. She said such and such and such. Yes, I did. to say, oh, she didn't lose her mind. No, I didn't.
Well, Empress Imani, if I may, I'll just speak about my experience with my clan.
Yes.
I did have to do a certain amount of detachment from them, and the ancestors actually did it because I there was a certain amount of detachment that had to happen because I could not take the time to try and keep proving things to them. See, it's only when we try to prove something to them that they start acting like that. But as long as we prove it to ourselves and just keep moving, then a lot of that energy is muted. A lot of that energy is muted. We can't be trying to prove something to anybody else. We must do this ourselves. And here's the thing: when we detach from that perspective, we love them, and we're never going to just leave them hanging. But we must detach to a certain degree because we are their savior until they realize that they can save themselves.
Islam. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm at this point where I really have to focus on me because right now, yes, it is all about me. So I've got to get to a point where I need to be. And that detachment, sometimes that attachment becomes a crutch, if that's the right term, but it kind of interferes in a way, and so that's the reason why I mentioned it like that.
Yeah.
But my thought, and back to maybe a question, is how it's going to affect all of us, and I think it's going to be good because of what I'm looking at and because of what I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm.
And I walked into this store today, and all I see is all of these foreigners, and I'm like, and they're on the land trying to, what's the word here? I'm lost for that word, but it's a word where they begging others so that they can live on our land.
Yeah.
And I almost got frustrated. Well, I guess in a sense I did, because I'm like, the store was full of them. And I'm like, once upon a time, it was more of us in the store. But I'm like, it's just flooded. So it looks like we need to do this. It's necessary.
We're the only ones who can, you see.
Right. It's necessary. I see the necessity of it because of what I'm looking at.
Yes. Yes. It's way more apparent now because of the work that we've done all along. It's way more apparent to everyone now. And let me just say, praise to the ancestors for this day, because certain ones were thinking that we had lost our mind too back in 2017, 2018 time frame.
Yeah.
But we kept our focus on moving ahead and rising and knowing who we are.
So here's my question.
Mm-hmm.
As we make this vote, I'm thinking, and how will it affect us? And I'm thinking it would escalate us as well. And what I mean by that, some of us who are still I guess all of us are still in the learning phase in a sense, but there are some of us who are more advanced than others. So, and I think it's going to escalate those of us who are not as advanced to even to even escalate in our learning and whatever all else is involved in that. Is that what I'm seeing?
So the way that we state the energy behind the question is this. We already know everything. All we're doing is remembering how we did it. You already know everything because you're tuned into the great mind just like I am and just like we all are. And all we do is just access the information. That's it. Everything already belongs to us. All we're doing is accessing how to access the things. See, that's the one thing everybody always knew about us whenever they saw us begging, stealing, and borrowing. is some of them chuckled at our most, what we thought was our worst moment. They chuckled and said, they'll wake up one day. They'll wake up one day. They didn't even feel sorry for us. They didn't even, not once, they didn't even feel sorry for us because they knew that this day would come. They knew that. That's why one of them in the previous enactment could have $450 billion and not and see you on the corner and not bother to say, hey, do you need a hotel for the night? Do you want me to get you a little small tiny house or something? They ain't care about none of that because it was like one day they gonna come and take everything I got if I'm not careful. And it's not even a taking because it was never theirs. That's why they don't have the title, you see.
Yes, love. Because in my research, and I just did this today, and I was looking at different things, and it goes from one thing to the next, and they're all linked, and you thinking you got one corporation, right? One corporation that has these many, many companies or whatever, many things going on.
Subsidiaries.
Right, and then you find out, wait, it's linked to this one too, and then they got conglomerates of things, and it's like, well, wait, hold on. That's not even yours.
Just know that all of them were using the same fiat system. So they're all, even if you think they're not, even if they say they're not connected, they were still connected. They're still
connected. They are connected. That's what I found out. They're all connected. And then the other thing I found out, they all help each other.
Of course. They learned that from us. Empress?
Call, please.
Yes. Empress Imani, they learned that from us because they know we're all connected too. That's the part I love about this. Oh, that's like my favorite part about this whole thing, this whole matrix. Is that in our spirits we're all connected, in our minds we're all connected, and in our bloodline we're all connected.
All connected. And that's probably why, like you were stating earlier, it was just probably why they try to keep us out right now, right? In the past, in the
previous era, yes.
Right, exactly. So they did it intentionally, just to keep us out and not to help us at all.
We were not supposed to go into their system in the first place. And that's the only reason they kept talking about civil war, civil war, civil war. Because if we tried like they did back in the 50s and 60s and, the 20s and 30s and stuff, if we tried to go into their system and be one of them, they would war. They would fight to boot us out of there. And if they had to kill us, they would have killed us back then.
Islam.
Because they know we're not supposed to be in their system, in that thing that was previously. It's a dead place.
Yes.
What we were supposed to do is what we've done, create our own.
I yield. I don't think I have any other questions.
Thank you, Empress Imani. We're grateful that you're here.
Oh, and I just
you
love.
Can see.
Will you restate that?
I said we're grateful that you're here because you can see.
Yes. Islam.
Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes the seeing is it has to, there are certain things that have to happen for us to see certain things. But once they happen, we see that, it's all good. We got this. We got this. It's all good. We have no enemies. And see, people, they didn't believe me. I said that back in 2017, 2018. We have no enemies. We don't have any enemies because we've not created any. Anyone who would be an enemy in the previous era is a subject in this era. And they're not our enemies. Enemies have to be your equal first in order for them to even qualify as an enemy, as a foe. And there's none beside you. That's why chapter 1 of the Holy Quran says that your greatest foe is within you. It's not outside of you. Because there's no one equal to us. So at this time we will to take the vote and to suspend all capitalism, all capitalization. Now,
Islam, I have one last question.
Yes, Islam.
And it's kind of broad, somewhat broad.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else that we haven't thought about already on how it's going to affect everyone, including us? Islam.
Now that is a broad, a general, and a broad question. The one thing that comes to mind is supplies. Supplies. But where supplies are concerned, our ancestors, and this is what we have done this research personally firsthand. The supply lines just change, and all natural things come in abundance. That's what we see. That's what we're seeing.
Is that why you still pay your property taxes, Pauline? You still pay.
And so, where anything is concerned, in terms of supplies, in terms of things like groceries and things of that nature.
You still pay property taxes to King County?
Our ancestors, they know how to transition us.
Yeah,
they know how to do that. They know how to do that already. They know how to transition us. So here's the one thing we all must know as we do this next movement, based on the Congress. It's Congress, is that throughout this whole thing and throughout everything we've been through, our ancestors have never left us to do without. There's abundance that comes when we do things like this.
That's funny.
Abundance comes and is already waiting for the space to be.
Aisha was evicted.
for the space, we're creating space for everything to come. That's what we're doing. Creating space for the people, not persons, the people.
I know in every house.
Islam.
This is intense.
Yes.
When we understand clearly what this move is about, it is so intense. It is so direct.
Yeah.
It is
declare war. Declare war.
It is something that cannot be ignored.
Yes.
It is something that no matter how deep in sleep or kin are, they will be touched in some way.
Yes.
And when I listen to what you're talking about, I'm sitting here and the hairs are raising on the back of my neck because it is so intense. One really has to understand what it means.
Yes.
It is indeed intense. And truly, I have no words. I need to just stop. Islam.
Islam Empress Rose Chow, it is intense indeed, because every actor will have to stop acting and be a people and get in their rightful place. Every actor will have to stop acting, because capitalism was the only way they were acting. They were able to do anything in that enactment.
Islam, Empress.
Islam.
Tona Salajah Bay in the Califia territory. I suggest, I'm glad that you brought this up, because it's one of the two things I'd said that if we do these two things, it will change everything. The other thing is to make bribery illegal again. Lobbying is bribery, man. Because I can't walk into my senator's office or to the senator's office and give him a big suitcase full of money and then get my way. So corporations shouldn't have any kind of rights at all. They're not us. Those are the two things. If we change those things, everything will change. So kudos on every effort you're making here. Thanks for the guidance. And Islam, I'm going to tap out.
Islam. We're making room. That's all we're doing, is making room for the abundance.
Islam Empress.
Islam Empress Nabi.
I'll say this. To me, it's beautiful. It's, just echoing everything that's been said, but it puts things back in order. And I actually saw a Facebook post that was similar to this, talking about how Woodrow Wilson kind of impacted some of this with the corporations and, and the debt and the security. So that was what that tag was about. And this is undoing everything. And according to what he put in there, we would never, or very little of us would be able to see or be able to get out of being a debt slave. So to me, this is a cure-all, or the beginning of a cure-all.
Yes.
You got some crazy nigga bitches up there.
It is really a cure-all based on everything else that we've done foundationally previous to this move. This is a capstone move. And Islam Empress.
Finish. I spoke too soon. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Empress.
The only thing I was going to add, this move to me is the move with the lien on the U.S. Corporation Company.
Yeah.
It's another layer, but it goes back there because that actually wiped everything, and so this is now just stepping it up with the law, and all of those actions, and for instance, like Noble Tonus was stating about the money and the suitcase full. It was never money anyway, but that's going, if capitalism can no longer happen, then all of those things are done.
Yes. See, capitalism was a mechanism by which by which the enactment of pushing debt onto the people happened.
Right.
Because you can't do it any other way.
Exactly, because it's neither legal, lawful. It's fiction. It's just It's
fiction. It's false.
They had to create a fictional matrix, as it were, in order to have it appear that it was really happening.
Yeah.
And that it had any kind of sustainability, standing, or any of those things, because clearly it did not, does not, and will not.
See, that was the only way also that you were going to have any of us even look like we were or act like we were agreeing with it, is we thought it was us. We thought the all caps was us.
And that, absolutely. It's like today, the silicone suits and the clones and the whole thing. It's that crazy.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
I yield.
So we know that suffering stops when we make laws that speak directly to the people. We know that suffering stops when we do that. So, all in favor of suspending all capitalization and all capitalism. Let me put it that way, because that's what that was. That means that none of us will use the all caps name for anything either. That's what that means. That means Moorish Science Temples of America in all capital letters. No. Because our temples are living, not dead. And we cannot tell sovereigns what to do, but we sure can govern this land. We can tell corpses what to do, and corporations and companies. We can tell them what to do. Can't tell sovereigns to do, but we can tell blacks what to do, and Negroes, and colored, and all of that. Yeah, we can. We actually can. Because that's not real. Islam nobility.
Greetings, sister.
Grand Rising.
Grand Rising. My question is, I didn't lose it. Does this impact?
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Speak up just a little bit, nobility.
How about now?
That's better.
Nay. Tonus votes.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. How about now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. How does this affect any of our processes of how we normally do business?
Mm-mm.
Okay,
no.
So we still do lien, levy, and bonds and things of that nature to secure it. Okay.
Yeah.
Gratitude.
Yeah. What we're stating is that all capital letters cannot be a conveyance method, and that's really what a lien is. A lien is saying you can't use all capital letters to convey anything, not even debt, because it was a debtor transmitting utility. That's what the all caps was. So when we slap a lien on those all caps, that's all we're really saying is you can't use that anymore.
Like you slapped a lien on your cell service that you didn't, got cut off?
So we have to do this is a must. This must be done. We knew when we first learned of capitalism, particularly foreign capitalism, we knew that this was to be done. But even where our capitalism is concerned, domestic capitalism is concerned, we're just going to suspend it temporarily, and then we'll review this maybe in a year or two after we see, because the abundance is just, it has to have a place to come in where there's no barriers, and capitalism is a barrier to our natural abundance. All in favor of suspending capitalism, all capitalism, suspending it indefinitely until further notice. Please state your appellation and state aye or nay. Islam.
No, Maria Bay, London, England territory, yay.
Islam.
Islam. Chief Justice Cynthia Ann Bay, Califia, California territory, yay.
Islam. She Nail, Florida territory, yay.
Islam. Chief Justice
Supreme Seven Solution Ill, yay.
Islam. Anthony Jettising, Ex-Maker territory, yay.
Islam.
Rahman.
Islam. Chief Justice Imani.
Islam. Chief Justice Imani Faraha Bay, Colorado territory. I vote aye, yay.
Islam.
Islam.
Islam. Rahman Sharaki Bay, Illinois territory, yay.
Islam.
Islam. Mosby Bay, Illinois territory, I vote yay. Yay.
Islam.
Islam. Charlotte Temporal, L. Iroquois, Kanata territory, yay.
Islam.
Islam.
Somebody else spoke.
That was Justice Malik. Go ahead, Justice.
Islam. Chief Justice Malik Akil Bay, Illinois territories, I affirm, yay.
Justice Malik, great to hear your voice as well. Empress Shasha.
Islam. Chief Justice Shasha Ann Bay, Jamaica territory, aye. That would be a yes, aye, yes.
Islam.
Islam.
Tonis Elador Bay.
If you don't pay, they'll take it away. If you don't pay, they'll take it away. No real Congress.
Okay, so now that you see that I'm on here, you can get.
No. Hold on, please. Just a moment. Empress Gloria, go ahead. Okay, Islam, Empress, and we could barely hear you, but we did hear you. Thank you, Empress Gloria.
Islam.
Islam.
Ronnie L. Bay, Florida territory, yay.
Islam. Thank you, nobility.
Islam.
Islam.
Memphis, Tennessee territory, yay.
Islam.
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 Yes,
Islam.
go ahead, nobility.
Khalifa. Yay.
Is that Justice Sharif?
No, Justice Sheriff.
Sheriff. Oh, okay, Islam. I've been saying it wrong the whole time. I apologize. Go ahead, nobility. Islam. We got you, Justice Sheriff.
Yay.
Islam. Thank you, nobility.
Islam. Telling us Elijah Bay again. We got cut off, but I'm saying yay.
Islam. Thank you, nobility.
Islam.
Islam, nobility.
Yes, an area is a move Bay, Arizona territory.
What is your vote, nobility?
Repeat that again.
What is your vote?
Yay.
Okay, Islam. Thank you.
Yep.
Islam.
Islam.
Justice Kansu and then Justice Rose Tao.
Islam. This is Consul Bay, United Kingdom territory. Yay.
Islam. Thank you, nobility. Empress Rose Tao.
Yes. Rose Tao El Shibase, Canaan Land Territory. Yes.
Islam, Empress.
Islam.
Islam, Justice.
Maurice Lloyd L., Chief Justice in Alabama Territory. Yay.
Islam. Thank you, nobility.
Indeed.
Empress Nabi.
Islam, Al-Goddess Nabi Chandra Bay Mahat El, Sia Territory, yay.
Islam. Thank you, Islam.
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
Empress, Anime Taylor, E.L. Yes. Nate, yes.
Islam. Thank you.
Islam.
Islam.
Anaja Mahatsbade, Chief Justice, Canaan Land Territory. Yay.
Islam. Thank you, Empress.
Islam.
Islam.
Harold Mujib Bay, Tennessee Territory, to remove all of this assumed consent. I vote yay.
Islam.
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 No Wakil can then be easily L. Lenape, Lenny Lenape, Shakamexum Territory. I vote yay.
Islam. Thank you, nobility. I am seeing votes in the chat. Justice Moore Tempula Day. Okay. Yay. Empress Sabra. L. Yay. Justice Vania. L. At Massachusetts Territory. Yay. Yes, and yes, we have. Okay, that's Empress Anishel. Okay. Are there any Islam?
Justice Yahya Bay speaking. I vote yay.
Islam. Thank you, nobility.
Much gratitude.
Islam.
Islam.
Chief Justice Light Tajiri Bay. I vote yay. Are there any other votes? Suspend all capitalism. Chief Justice Adrian Porter L. Votes yay. Empress Amora Adams votes yay. Anyone else? Any other votes? Islam. We do have a unanimous agreement and unity, 100% unity on this particular topic and law. Therefore, we have voted to suspend all capitalism until further notice. Islam. Just one moment. This sovereign justice stands and is the law. There is a question in the chat. I'm so glad you asked. Chief Justice Imani says, will this also mean no more police on our land? First and foremost, they are not police. That's what the all capitalized letters is about. That's number one. So they were never on our land. They've always been out there floating around in the sea, under the sea. That's number one. They're not real. And see, capitalism is what it was, the cover that made people think they were real. They're not real. Any word in all capital letters, not real. Never was. That's why they call it a fiction. Okay? Number two, any fictions can't even speak to the people. That's why putting our nationality on the public record is so important. And then doing court actions every time you open your mouth to speak to anything or anyone is you do a court action. Let me tell you something. We even do court actions on animals and they obey. That's something I found out like a while ago. Do a court action, give it a name, and then tell it what to do. That's how powerful. That's what dominion is all about. And we really should call it dominion or dominion. So anyone acting with all capital letters and stuff should be getting a court, none but court actions. That's your protection. Your court is your protection. And the way we will know that is by doing and stating and speaking by our courts. Everything we do is done by court action. It doesn't matter where you are. You can be at an amusement park. You must speak by court action. You must, everywhere. So this is going to be, and we'll just go ahead and put it on the screen.
Islam.
This law, Islam nobility.
When you say court action, is it specific the language of all rise and ask someone to state their name and nationality?
I usually just ask them, what is your name? That's how I start my court actions when I'm out and about. What is your name? And I know in my spirit that I'm doing a court action whether they know it or not. It doesn't matter whether they know it or not. We do it anyway, and we'll just start asking a couple of questions. Mainly, our go-to questions are, do you understand that you're bound by the Constitution for the United States? And do you understand that because you have a name that we have given you, because see, I repeat their name back to them. That way I'm naming them. And then, we just ask our questions, whatever questions we have. And sometimes that can be, where are you from? And things of that nature. And those seem like casual questions, but they are not. That's a court action. So the law is and then the law number is and what we normally do with this is we put that in Roman numerals as well, MM. Okay, so that's that number in Roman numerals. 2025-03-30.
And we can all do a court action and put this on the public record.
Yes, absolutely, yes. And we're actually doing that right now as well, collectively together.
Gratitude.
Islam, and that starts with us. It starts with us. Okay. Now, we have some things we will to show you, because again, where capitalism is concerned, it's all about personam jurisdiction. So in every action that has taken place, past, present, and future, before any moves are made, there must be proper identification of the parties. Capitalism was a hindrance to proper identification of the parties. It was a hindrance. Okay. It means status. Proper identification of the parties automatically establishes the status. Who are you? All things are done by our court action. And again, that's why the first question is, what is your name? And then we start asking other questions related to the Constitution, to the law, and all of that. Once personam jurisdiction is established, then territorial and subject matter are easy. Because territorially, you're automatically on the land once we establish your identity. Because you know what? No one can establish their own identity if it's not their land. And if someone thinks they're Negro, black, colored, or African American, or they think that they are a white American, quote unquote, there's a problem with that. If you're trying to establish your identity on our land, we must do that. We must establish who you are. You cannot do it. We have to do it. Personam is most important. Who are you? Because on our land, we're white. white at law. Ephesians, Ephesians, the 6th chapter, verse 12, says, for we are, and this is in the living translation. And let me just say this about the translations of the Biblios. If you look at the living translation, it's going to make stuff a lot clearer, where persons and the difference between persons and people is concerned. Verse 12, Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12 says, for we are not fighting against people made of flesh and blood, but against persons without bodies. And again, we're not fighting anyone. That's why we went ahead and changed and edited that, because we're not at war. But just know that that's written in there, in that particular version. And we're not at war with anyone. Because see, now we know that flesh and blood cannot even fight against persons without bodies. So we don't fight with them. That's called air boxing. That's what they used to call it when you see a boxer and the boxer is fighting at the air. It looks like they're quote unquote practicing. So in the ancient Moorish Biblios Heliotext Science Scriptorium, for we were not fighting against people made of flesh and blood. We rule over persons without bodies. And the remedy for persons without bodies is lien, levy, and bond. A corporation didn't even have a body. It was they were trying to tell you it was a building. That's Microsoft over there. But somebody was sending out paperwork claiming a status that wasn't theirs and claiming to be wealthy when they were using debt. So for the Bible people, there you have it. The difference between people and persons. Now, let's make a statement about real money by real people. Proper identification of the parties as the opening to a proper court action then also establishes that you have an inheritance. Where futures are concerned, we are all without price, but by documentation, we are worth trillions and trillions and trillions today, not tomorrow. Tomorrow too, but today, and at birth, and prior to birth. Okay, based on our identity. Now, there is a part of companies, and this actually should have, I'll say corporations, but spell it differently, because this is something we did not know in the previous era. Corporations had what they called chief executive officers, but they did not tell us that there were also chief judicial officers and chief legislative officers. We were not told that, even though that is the formula for government. Government has an executive, a legislative, and a judicial ministry. So with government having that ministry, companies should have had that also. They did. They just didn't tell us that we were the judicial and legislative parts telling chief executive officers what to do and how to execute our will, our command. And executive, legislative, and judicial is also from the Biblios-Heliotext. There is a scriptum, a scripture in the Biblios-Heliotext that says he is our judge, our something, and our king. I'll have to go back and look it up. Our judge, our lawyer, and our king. Let me look that up really quickly. For the Lord is our judge, the Lord is our lawgiver. Right, I was right. The Lord is our king. That's Isaiah 33:22. That is the basis. That is the foundational scripture used for government, for the setup of government, how government should be set up. Executive, legislative, and judicial. And so now we know that companies have, there's also a fourth office as well, and that's the sovereign. So let me say this about the companies. Does anyone know why they always called the main building of a company the headquarters? The headquarters. See, I've been thinking about that word for years. The headquarters, that means there's 4 heads, not 1, 4, to a company. And so what we're seeing now is that the actors have realized that we know this already. The first head of a company was the chief executive office. The next head was the chief judicial office. Then the chief legislative office, and they said chief financial officer. They would have a chief financial officer. That's the fourth for a company. For government, it's us. Those offices are our offices. Chief financial, and that's what having our own money and having gold and silver be the law and Moorish sovereign delarium be the law, is because we are also the chief financial officers for government.
Excuse me?
Islam Empress.
So when we are replacing ourselves as the head of the company, exactly how do we word that? How should we word that?
So always know that there is no company lest you are the head, unless you're the head. So you're basically just making a statement. You're just making a statement that, and here's the thing about the statement. The statement is actually action.
Okay.
That's sending things out. That's legislating how the resources should be dealt with by the company.
Okay.
That's making the laws, like what we just did. We just made a judicial move. It's both legislative and judicial because our legislature is also the court. And we said no companies using capitalism. No capitalism. Corporations, companies, no capitalism. Because, see, you can have a corporation that doesn't use capitalism.
Oh, okay.
You can have a living corporation that doesn't use capitalism. That's just a group of people who came together and said, we're going to do this merchant action, or we're going to do that merchant. It can be called a corporation or a company, or an association, or an organization, or any of that, without using all capital letters.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So again, all companies were designed to have an executive, a legislative, and judicial offices, as well as a financial office. So that's where the chief financial officer piece came from. Okay. So having made that statement, in previous Congresses, we planned for the future by studying ancient times. And again, this is how we're knowing all of the things that we know is we add to our study things that were done previously. This is a wise strategy. You will know where you're going because you know where you have been. We did notice that the national trade launch brought us into the present and connected the timelines, past, present, and future, all came together in the very action of the launch. We are landed. There is much wealth, prosperity, abundance, joy, peace, freedom, and justice in this action. Manifesting increases presence and presentness. We present ourselves, has additional manifested power and authority. So, we've always stated we present ourselves and no one represents us. This is emphasized and affirmed by the national trade launch, because our presence is now seen and felt on the land properly. Okay. Now, there's a couple of things that I will to show you.
Excuse me.
Islam, Empress. Islam, Empress. We can't hear you, Empress Aisha.
The word headquarters.
Mm-hmm.
What do we say about that?
That we are the head for all company business. We are the head.
Okay.
Remember the Biblio stated that we are the head and not the tail?
Right.
That means that we're not doing retail things, we're doing merchant things because we're the head. See, our companies are to be governed by taking what's directly on the land and tributing it from our company perspective. Okay, what does that look like? That looks like taking the sea salt, and it comes to our company by our own hand directly from the land, the water, and it's by way of our company that we state, okay, we can make this product and that product and this product and that product and put it out there. The study of Booker T. Washington will show all of the inventions that he came up with, because see, he did it in terms of creating products. Let's just make sure that we are So now they're saying that he did not directly work with soy products or have any known connection to the development of them. In Alabama, they say something a little different. They say he came up with all kinds of different soy products. He invented a lot of things based on something that supposedly came from the land, but soy is not a real.
Let me get my hand.
That's not a real plant, as it were. From our studies, a soybean is not a real. It's genetically modified. But when you think about it, we did a lot of that.
May I make a correction? You said
can you speak up just a little louder? Somehow you seem like you're far away from your microphone, Empress Gloria.
Okay, I was saying I'm confused because you said, can you hear me now? Better? Well, let me make it louder. Okay, and first you said it was Booker T. Washington, but then you showed George Washington Carver. So which one is it?
I believe it is, let's see, George Washington Carver. Thank you for that, Empress. It's George Washington Carver. Islam, Empress. Yes, thank you for that. George Washington Carver, he just took some plants from the crops and he began developing numerous products. That is the formula for our business and the way that we do things. Okay. And that's what we're doing with our saltwater minerals. We're just developing different products and things that different uses. There's medicinal and healing properties. There's food, nutrition properties. There's sports properties and things of that nature. And so with each product that we all have, but again, more as we're moving in this manner, we have to keep governing and courts first. Okay? In other words, every move we make, our government and our courts come first, above all commerce. Okay? And our commerce is done by way of government processes and court processes. Over the last few days and weeks, there has come into our vision all the quote-unquote wealth secrets from the previous era. In other words, how did they do that? How did they do what they were doing? Okay, what IRS forms did they file to make that much money and nobody else make that much money, quote unquote, because we know it wasn't money, it was fiat. But we will see the profit. Islam Empress.
Can you let Noble Justice Willie into?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
We got to see, the ancestors are showing us everything that was done previously to make someone wildly wealthy in every area. I'll say this, Moors. Listen, not a single one of those from the previous era who were doing this business as billionaires and all of that and millionaires, not a single one of them got that way outside of a government grant. None of them. They all used quote unquote government grants to make their money. Elon Musk, Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, they were the biggest welfare babies ever. They were on the government grant breast. Not one of them did anything outside of that. And that explains why, and I was wondering about this too, that explains why when the government, quote unquote, because we know that's not government, but when they called Bill Gates and Microsoft into their court enactment, that he had to come, number one, and number two, he was mad at having to fight them, but he wasn't going to disrespect, because that's where he got his everything from. And so we're going to show you a little bit of this today. And what we're also going to show you right now is, and this is something that we were saying, okay, well, ancestors, how is this information going to help us? Because we're not corpses, we're not corporations. How is this going to help us? There are some people who knew not to go into business in all capital letters. Okay? They knew not to go into business in all capital letters first. They would first start in capitis diminutio minima, but then over time, with certain moves that they made, that would determine whether they got capitalized or not. Okay? It's by the moves they made. No, it's not in the chat yet. But let me just show you something really quickly. Something that the ancestors put into our line of sight. We were looking at some I.R.S. paperwork from a 501c3 run by I'll say he's a sleeping Moor, but I don't know if he's sleeping Moor or not, because he knew how to do some things, how to maneuver. And so the case or cause study that we're looking at right now, let me put this in the chat for you really quickly. This is the first link that we're looking at right now. Let me just show you some things that really just had me all I could think was, okay, so that's how things are done. So what I'm about to show you is first, we must be careful how we move. That's number one. And number two, we never have to use capitalism to get anywhere. Okay? We don't have to use fiat and capitalism. So what this is that we're looking at is an independent auditor's report, quote unquote, for a 501c3 that was, of course, incorporated. As you can see here, 501c3s were not even supposed to be incorporated. But this one was incorporated, but it was incorporated in capitis diminutio minima, which means not capitalized. So that's how this got started, is there was no capitalization done initially. But see, in the previous era, anytime anyone willed to make any significant amount of fiat, they would automatically be referred to a foreign modern one, so that the foreign modern one could be the capitalism until they became capitalized, until whoever it was became capitalized. So this is a sleeping Moor, and I'll just say a sleeping Moor, independent auditor's report for his 501c3. And the independent auditor was capitalized. So then that's going to, and this is why we don't go to anyone outside of us to do things, is just by him hiring them and giving them fiat to do this independent auditor's report, it automatically capitalized him, and that put him in harm's way. So let me just show you here. This is some of the, in this independent auditor's report, they talk about where the money comes from, what they do with the money, and where the money goes. Now, let me show you how this guy got started, how he got started. He started the 501c3, but watch this. Because we were wondering, well, where do people even get paid? Where do they get the startup money to start something where they're ending up making, $1 million a year? He got a grant, and we'll show you all of that. I will show you the internal revenue or the quote IRS documents that show this. The first thing he did was get a grant from the courts that was previously doing business as government. Look right here. And then he went and got a line of credit, okay, to kind of like cushion between him and the grant. It says Hope has a revolving, this is the program, Hope has a revolving line of credit agreement with a bank. The agreement provides for maximum borrowings up to $1,100,000, quote unquote. And you say, well, where did he even get this from? The line bears a variable interest rate, and then it talks about that. There was no outstanding balance on this line of credit as of December 31st. Now look right here. All borrowings under the agreement are collateralized by all the property and assets of Hope and the assignment of the life insurance policy on the life of Hope's Chief Executive Officer. The line of credit expires on March 5th, 2011. Now, so they would everyone previously doing business as chief executive officers who started any company, they all had to put their life on the line. And that's where that term comes from. Put your life on the line. That means sign on the dotted line that even your life. See, this is high level information. And so I thought, well, if this guy is the brother, it's a sleeping Moor. If he put his very life on the line and then the line of credit expired on March 5th, 2011, did he die on that day? Now, where he was concerned, he didn't die on that day. Where he was concerned, from his knowledge and from what he knew. However, capitalization began for him personally, for his person on that day. That's why there was an expiration date on that, of that nature. So after that time period, all the tax filings and everything were in all capital letters in black ink. So did he really die on that day? No, he agreed to be a corpse on that day, which is still for us, from what we see and what we've been seeing, that's death. See, this is who knew that, and this is again why people like Bill Gates or persons like Bill Gates and Warren Buffett, persons like those, and Steve Jobs and all of that, can start a company in their garage, quote unquote, start a corporation in their garage, and 5 years later be billionaires and trillionaires or whatever in the previous era. It wasn't the stories they told in the quote unquote media. It was not that. It wasn't that, oh, I started this with $2,000 from my father. No, not that either. We were lied to. They omitted some information. Now you got a Islam Empress.
You know, as I'm listening and looking at this, I mean, the whole thing is based upon death.
Yes.
Everything. All. Yeah. And even as I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, I'm hearing you state about, you know, it's a more sleeping, but having some knowledge. Yeah. And I'm questioning, because even if you have some knowledge, you had to be in a particular status in order to participate and purportedly benefit, and there was an expiration date. So yes. If he were to continue, I mean, and maybe at the expiration you go and start another entity and you know, because at the end of the day, and particularly with the law that we just passed, that all goes away anyway if you're not in your proper status.
Yes. Yes.
And then the other thing I'm thinking about also, if I may, I mean,
yes, go ahead, Empress.
Connected. You know, when you mention the people such as Gates and those types of...
The persons.
Thank you for the correction. And we know in their enactment their connection to person dead government. Because not every person had the access to the dead government, to the grants that certain persons, certain entities did. So I'm just, you know, there's lots of layers even within this, and as I'm looking at this, and also the other era, the persons, it was easier in the enactment, all in inverted commas, because we know that we're speaking of a fiction. The who you knew was what was laid the stepping stones, whereas in this era, it's who I know I am. So who I know, you know, that just flips that whole adage, as it was, because that was always said in that other era. It's who you know, not what you know, it's who you know.
Yeah. And still you can't mail any packages, can you, Shasha?
Islam.
You know, Empress, when I think about even what you stated about them, about that previous era, and it really was who you knew in that era. If you were really going to get a huge grant. Right. Now think about this. That's why they were called
free money for the Negroes.
Migrants and immigrants. That's why.
Migrants. Yes.
That's it.
Yo, shit don't work.
That's why.
Yes.
That's why they were called that.
The semantic deceit is just, I mean, it's so clever. But it's the word, the sound.
It's all about the word.
You are some fucking delusional Negroes.
Did
everybody get that big deposit?
that's how you know that they know who they are. They knew they were immigrants.
Yes.
They knew that.
Where's their money to pay?
They knew that.
Yes.
They knew that. That's not a secret to them. Because
only back in January.
Because that is where they got their quote unquote money.
You promised all that money.
They all got grants. And we're going to show you how they got it and all of that in just a moment here. See, they didn't tell you and me that, oh, there's a $50 million grant that's available. All you got to do is apply for it. And you get $50 million up front. And then next year, if you want to apply again, you get another $50 million. No one said a word to us about that. That's where mega churches come from, quote unquote. A lot of people don't know that. That's why there was such kickback when, during quote unquote Hurricane Katrina, in that enactment, that the actor previously acting as Joel Osteen wouldn't open his church to the people, and people was like, wait a minute, that you get grants for that. You better open them doors. And guess what? He opened them, didn't he? Because they was like, we'll tell on you if you don't. If you don't let them people in, we'll tell on you, because we know where you get your money, quote unquote. Every one of them did it. Every one of them did it. Everyone. I don't care who it is. Anybody who lived in a giant domicile was what we were calling grifters. That means they was, one mother has given you suck. It's in the book. That's in the Holy Quran. Okay, they knew what that meant. They knew what that meant. I remember the year that the one previously doing business as Elon Musk got a $480 million grant to start SpaceX. See, they sit up and tell you that, oh, he sold this company for this much and got this other company. No. He did a 1031 exchange on it. That's what he did. So when they sitting up calling the woman who gets the little $2,500 or whatever, $1,000 welfare check and some WIC vouchers every month, when they call them a welfare queen, they need to look in the mirror. They needed to do that, to look in the mirror and stop saying stuff like that, because they were the biggest welfare queen, quote unquote. You see? So if you look, it says the agreement contains various covenants, conditions, and restrictions, including but not limited to maintenance of debt service coverage ratio. A certain covenant. Now this is the sentence that really caused me to think. It says a certain covenant has not been met and the bank has waived such non-compliance. So whenever I see the word certain, it has something to do with nationality. Whenever you see in the Biblios the word certain, sometimes if you look in the Biblios and they're telling a story, they'll say a certain woman did this and that, or a certain man did this and that. It's always talking about nationality there, because it wasn't a common everyday woman, it was a certain woman. Certain means sure. That means you know. That's what certain means. So when people say a certain amount of $50 million, that means that's that's real money you're talking about there. Okay. So again, he was the collateral for his business. He was the collateral for his business. And then commercially, they capitalized him. Well, what does that mean? Because see, I used to wonder this too. Even with Steve Jobs, the one from Apple, yeah, he quote unquote started it, but after a while there was a board that booted him out of his own company. And I'm like, how is that even possible? Who would agree with that? If you started the company, who would agree with that? When they capitalize you, quote unquote, they can do whatever they want with their corpse. You see? So when they said in all capital letters, he's out, he agreed to that because he was the surety in the first place. He agreed to be surety. And then when he didn't want to do right, the system said, okay, you can't be in the system no more. And he had to go away. So now, let me say this too about all of that. This stuff that we're looking at right here, him being surety, he agreed to be surety. And then at the end of this, he signed it somewhere down there. Nobody even cares about the numbers because the numbers can be whatever they want to be. All he had to do was agree to this thing right here. Now, his numbers were not that high at this time. He probably thought they were. Let me see. I think they had at the most, total expenses came up to $12 million at this time. This was the first year of him doing business. The first year. Now, let us show you, because remember, when we're looking at expenses, there is Internal Revenue Code 162A that says you can expense everything. Anything that has to do with your business, you can expense it. Expense it means write it off. Expense means not pinned. That's what expense really is. It means not pinned. It's not. If something is expensive, that means it didn't mean what we thought it meant. What we thought it meant was this something that we can't afford because it's too expensive. No, that's not what that means. It means that it can cost whatever it costs, and you can expend it. That means get a credit for it. Write it off. That's what expend is writing it off. Now, I looked at this documentation here, so then I said, well, let me pull down. Now, look how these people, they got black ink here and capital letters, but when they signed it, they didn't sign it in all capital letters, they signed it in, and they signed as the corporation, the limited liability proprietorship. Islam.
That's what I was going to say. A corporation can't sign. It's not real. It's not.
Right.
So, I mean, right there is an absolute fraud. That's not a signature.
It's not. But see, because of the quote unquote system, because see, they didn't really have to sign. He was on the hook for it anyway.
Exactly. So he was
on the hook. They can do whatever they want.
Right. He'd agreed to be in that system. And the truth of the matter is, as you were talking of or stating about Steve Jobs, it makes me think about these contracts, particularly that artists have, and there's insurance, and many times, all right, you're now old news, or we don't want you anymore, and all of a sudden they're sort of disappeared, they're made to leave. That, you know, they transform. I mean, it's all completely fraudulent. And also, the same thing is done with students in schools. Did you know that schools hold life insurance on every student?
Every student.
Every student.
Every quote-unquote employer held life insurance policies on the employees, too. So their lives were on the line, too.
Or, I mean, when you really think about it, completely a dead system. Completely on every level.
Oh, yeah.
And if you really wanted to get deep, you could question every kind of death that happened during employment. Anyway, I digress. But
yes.
I yield.
Well,
yes.
Yes.
Islam.
But see, they were in all capital letters, so
yeah.
So when someone dies, they got paid for that.
Yeah.
Islam, no bill.
How are you, my dear?
All is well, Justice Willie. How are you, my dear?
I'm here listening to you, my love, and really impressed with your level of and your depth of research and knowledge, because you know you're shining the light in the darkness, and the time has come for that to happen.
Yeah.
What I have discovered along this journey is that they have introduced corporations to govern the world so that they exempt themselves from liability for wrongs. And they have also given us that ability to use corporation, but in the form of like trust and all of that, and association, to do the same thing. The problem is to function in commerce, but they did not educate us on how to do it. Instead, they make us living people into corporations, and then took, as you said, capitalism took advantage of us, because it's to capitalize is to take advantage of, right? So now that the knowledge is coming, that the entire, because you know, it's interesting that you're having this discussion, because you just now listened to a guy, one of them, a white guy, and he's a private banker, and he says that the entire fiat currency system, why it has to come to an end, it is fraudulent. So I keep saying to you, it's good to hear you say things, but it's even much better to hear it from the horse's mouth. And that's just confirmation upon confirmation on a daily basis, when you can just sit back and relax and let them do the talking. And they're saying the same thing that we're saying, that the entire system needs to come down because it's fraudulent.
Yeah.
And anybody who knows the system and have integrity will admit that.
Thank you, Justice Willie. They were not going to do anything or say anything or change anything until we could see and look and call it out on the public record.
But the problem is, yes, we're doing that, but it's a little, for me, it's a little too late, because guess what? The entire system is crashing and coming down, and is going to be crossing over into a different kind of system. So the problem is, we were asleep all along until the system is crashing. Now that it's crashing, the plane is going to crash, but you know, the plane has already crashed, and so everybody's waking up to the fraud now, or those who were asleep like us, and them, most of them were asleep too. So it's for me, it's just like null and void, because the most we can do is learn from history. If we learn from what the history was, then we have better information now to guard ourselves. That's how I see it.
You know, Justice Willie, I'm so, I almost feel sorry to hear you say that the most we can do is this and that, when we have taken the bull by the horns and we and wrestled that monkey to the ground. It's a wrap. We got this. But again, you know, each one has to be able to see that everything is ours, that everything we've ever willed, we have and can access, because we took the time to build our own nation and our own systems so that we're competent to accept our inheritance, because it's an inheritance that we're accepting. You know, and that's cause for great joy. But again, everyone has to be able to see in their own mind's eye what this really is. See, all of these types of quote-unquote secrets would have never come out, never come out if we weren't prepared to take advantage of them. Because, see, there's duality in everything. There's duality in everything.
Well said.
Yeah, Justice Willie, this is our time. This is the time where our wealth manifests. This is because, see, again, now here's something that you must be aware of too. You can say that the system, you know, is falling and blah. They could have went on like that another 1,000 years. Did you know that?
You think so? I don't think so.
That's what CBDCs was all about. They could have drugged that old weak mess out for another 1,000 years if nobody, you know, they could have, but they can't now.
You think so? I beg to disagree, though. And here's why.
They're actors. All they got to do is make up some more stuff.
Well, that's right.
Just make up some more stuff. Talking about a CBDC when stuff was online anyway. That doesn't even make any sense. See, the thing is, they didn't make sense from the beginning. All we had to do was wake up and say, that don't make sense. That's fiction. Fiction means false. You think they couldn't have gone another 100 years or 1,000 years if we wouldn't have stopped them?
The reason I said I don't think so, because somebody is making some sounds. Yeah, the reason I said that is that the fiat currency, backed by nothing, always historically resort back to zero. Always. It always goes back to zero. If you look at the history of Rome and all of those places, always.
It go back to zero, and then they come up with another bunch of fabricated lies.
Yes.
And go another 1,000 years. Come on, man.
And that is what is prepping to happen right now. They're preparing for two classes of people. Either you're with them or you have your own system to govern yourselves. So that's what
you just said, the exact opposite of what you said 5 seconds ago.
Why you say that? Why you say that though?
Because you said that they couldn't have gone much longer because the system is falling, so it's a little bit too late and all of that. And then you said now you're explaining how they could have gone on and on and on with it.
Oh, I see what you mean. But, well, I get what you're saying, but I just think that what I'm saying is we have just, we should have long time coming to this kind of knowledge, and we are finding out, most of us, when the system is basically null and void. So it makes no sense now. What difference does it make now? It's not going to, because we're waking up.
It was null and void from. It was null and void from the beginning. It was never not null and void.
Well, many of them have prospered under it, lived under it, under the fraud, and they have enjoyed the fraud and things like that. But anyway, I don't want to hold up your program too long. But the fact is that they are moving into a different reality, or a different system now that is equally. I think this is the last straw. But we see where it goes. So we have the option.
Justice Willie, just stop looking and it won't be so real to you. Just stop looking at them and it won't be so real. Just stop looking at them. Just focus on building and knowing who you are and building from there.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. I agree with that. Yeah, that is where we have to go. We have to just begin to wake up and know where we stand in all of this and what does it mean to us,
Yes. Yeah.
It's
new heaven, new earth. Everything is new. Everything is wide open for us to just claim and name it and claim it.
Mm-hmm.
This is our time. Because again, the law that we made, and you may not have been here at the beginning of the Congress, but we put on the where law is concerned, no capitalism. If there's no capitalism, guess who can't go to a fake court no more?
Mm-hmm.
Islam.
Islam.
If there's no capitalism, then can't nothing come through the mail in all capital letters saying anything that's valid, which it wasn't valid to begin with. Again, all we did was say no more fiction, no more falsehood. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh, no light bill. What? But see, but there are processes. We just got to do the processes that we've been talking about.
Correct.
That's it.
Yeah, correct.
And then tell them that the law is the law, that Congress said that capitalism is suspended until Congress unsuspends it, and that indefinitely for us. In fact, it's forever. And we're using the word suspended because we have the option at any time to do whatever we want to do. And we will, to give full disclosure, that at any time we can switch and change things according to our will. That's what this Congress is about.
Well, they're going to go mad now when all of their fiat currency falls apart and they were billionaires. And overnight, it's going to change.
They knew it was coming. Why do you think that the actor previously acting as Warren Buffett didn't go out and get a big castle for a house? Because he knew at some point it's going to be over. The Moors are going to wake up. At some point, they're going to wake up. Mm-hmm. And I might as well get something I can easily chunk.
Mm-hmm.
And not fall in love with a big house, because that's their stuff. It's our stuff. He knew. He knew.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all good. Everybody knew this day would come. Everybody knew this. Now, let me show you all again. Let me show you something else, because this is as the ancestors actually were showing us these things. All I thought was wow. So I pulled up the tax returns for the same Operation Hope Inc. Okay, this is the 2020 one, so as you'll notice, it's all in capital letters and black ink and so on and so forth. This is what they do. Okay. Now, just as I was reading through this, all I thought was wow. The people with the most power to get these people the most. See, listen. The people with the most power was always the poor brown people, the poor Moors, sleeping Moors, who didn't know they were Moors, okay, living in the lower income areas. Those sleeping Moors were always the way to wealth and riches. The one that was previously doing business as Bill Gates, all he did was bring up Excel and Access programs whereby you could take millions of entries and capitalize them with one click of the button. Because that's what Excel and Access programs, database programs, can do. All you got to do is go up in the left corner, click on the whole cell, the whole table, and then use the capitalize option, and every name on the list would capitalize. That's how he got sold. That's how he got the most fiat. Because he told, and it was what you know in terms of persons, because all he did was tell them, I have a program that can capitalize a million names at one time. And they said, okay, you can write your own check if you can capitalize all those names that quickly. And he just showed them, yep, I can. Here it is, Excel Access database. That means all the quote-unquote tax returns, all the entries, all the addresses, and everything got capitalized. Then you can go into Excel and click on a column, and all the states that were written out, you can make them two-letter states. So there was no, besides being a servant, he was going to do well. There was only so much he could do. But why do you think that he took the time to leave the U.S. and go to a country of Africa over there and start talking about vaccinating all the people over there? He was capitalizing over there. That's what he was doing. And if you kill a few million in the process, oh well. They were dead anyway when you capitalize them and they don't rebut it. Simple, simple. On paper. That's why it was so important to get a phone and a computer in everybody's hand. Because if you get that, they'll stop writing. They'll stop writing. And then you can even capture their faces. You see? However, we've invoked permanent personam jurisdiction over everything. All systems. All. Now, let me show you how. Now, when I showed you that first document, the first year, their total expenses were like $12 million the first year. But see, this guy knew what he was doing and he knew where he was going. Oh, Empress Shasha, that's so good. She says, penmanship, the one ship they could not control. Yes. All we had to do was start writing. So in 2008 and 9, I believe. Let me see this one where where the life was pledged was 2008, 2009. 11 and 12 years later, he went from 12 million in expenses to 25 million in expenses, almost 26 million. That's a hefty jump in 10 years, 10, 12 years. And so I said, well, let me see if they put how much he was getting out of all of this. Because again, look at this where it says current year, right here. Let me put my cursor, the pointer on it. where it says current year 25,956 or 25,956,479. Look, that's contributions and grants. And it was all grants, actually, when I did further research. So the entire 25, almost 26 million came from a grant. So does that make him an immigrant or a migrant? So then I said, I was just thinking, well, is any of that, like, did they sell anything? No, they didn't sell anything, because it says right here, program service revenue. They made no revenue. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. No revenue. Didn't sell a thing. If you really think about it, Elon Musk enacted selling some Teslas, but the first few things was PayPal and was online things where there was no inventory except the names, except the data, and Twitter and PayPal, those two enactments made him way more, because of the data, made him way more than Tesla ever did. And in fact, he's, investment income. Now you got 26 million, but you only invested what? 1,000 of that, or 3,000 of that, rather. And in 1 year, instead of making 18 million, you went all the way up to 25 million in grants. In grants. Now look at this more, not because I looked at the signatures, and again, this is why he's publishing and telling everything. This is why he's because see, this stuff was secret until recently. The reason that it's being told now is because, and this is just what I think, I'm sure about this, is that somewhere in that group of people, somebody, okay, I'll just say this, he's not making enough money from his perspective, he's not making as much money. But look at the blue signature and then the black signature. Now, mind you, the one who started the company, his signature is not on here.
Islam.
I'm just sitting here laughing because I see who's making the money and who's making the fiat and who's not. The only one that's making it is the CPA here, because it's going into the CPA account, and then whatever the CPA tells him, who owns the company, what amount he got back, that's the amount that he only sees, because he never showed, these documents never get showed to you, because I was in corporations for 10 years. Doing corporate stuff for 10 years. And I know all of this. I know what they're doing, but I used to do my own paperwork. And this right here, the CPA is getting all the money, and then don't let you have an attorney. Now you got to pay the attorney. And then half of the money that they give you back is going into your insurance and your expenses. But if it's a non-for-profit, what I've learned being in that system, if you have a non-for-profit, you entitled to 30%, and out of that 30%, you got to pay your own salary. Now, if you're a CEO, you're supposed to pay yourself anywhere from $150,000 to $250,000 a year, but depending on what you're getting back, right? That's how they have it set up. But he's not even doing his own paperwork. That's what it's looking like here. It's the CPA and another company doing all the paperwork, and they not even telling him that he's getting all this, because most likely they're not even giving his paperwork to him.
He probably did not know that this much was coming in. Probably didn't. But we're going to show the salaries in just a moment. We're going to show the salaries in just a moment. But look here, look at what they say the program did. Operation Hope is a for-purpose organization working to disrupt poverty and empower inclusion for low and moderate income youth and adults. See, again, the reason that even the one that was previously doing business as Bill Gates, the reason that they did that he made so much is because he was getting computers into everybody's hands. Well, then they can feed you whatever information they want you to know. You see. But let's look at the salaries of the people, the people, the top ones. Now he has 200 and something employees, but the only ones that get salaries are the top people. Everybody else does volunteer work, or they'll get a grant or something like that. The CEO, who is the one who prompted me to just start doing the research, gets $800,000 a year from the grant. From the grant to help the poor people. He's helping the poor people. Let that sink in. I'll just let it sink in. Same thing with the rest of them. He's helping the poor people. So all the poor who were worried about their lights being cut off, and who were worried about their gas bill, their $30 gas bill, and worried about what they're going to do.
Islam. So this is sure sign that they're double dipping, because they already get that paid.
It's also a sign information that all they have to do was helping you. All they had to do was say helping the sleeping Moors. Low income, poverty, that.
Islam.
And getting your signatures on the program contributions. Islam, Empress.
I can remember years ago now when a lot of this came to the fore. Like, for instance, Goodwill, and they would hire disabled and everything else. And all of it was coming out about these 800,000 salaries and $1 million salaries. And it came out then that none of the monies that people thought they were donating and everything was going to the people. It's a complete and utter front. I mean, all of them ought to be charged under RICO. It's organized crime, really and truly.
I'll tell you that I'm not mad at them, because even with our system, we're going to have to do things very similar to this. With our system,
we have the authority.
Oh, you're right, Empress. You're right. You're right.
That's the flip side. They flipped it, trading places.
Yeah.
They flipped it, trading places.
Yes.
And because we have souls and conscience and those sorts of things, it won't happen the corrupted way. Now that the right
it's
way.
It's supposed to be living and not dead.
And that's it. And there you are. So simple. That's it. It's quite something. But I think from those whom are in the positions and chose to take the positions because they knew, sleeping or not, but they knew that it would be beneficial and could be beneficial. They made a choice knowingly.
Yes.
It's a game, and they chose to play the game and won or didn't win. But that's really, but the difference is now the game will be a living game.
Yeah. And even I don't know how well, it had to be some knowingly, because but ignorance of the law is no excuse either. So
and that's absolutely. But what I'm looking at here, to take a salary of that kind, doing nothing, really and truly, because even the description of what they do, disrupt poverty, that doesn't say end poverty. That doesn't say change poverty. That just says disrupt it. So
it doesn't even say help it.
It doesn't say. That's what I'm saying. So and you do not have to be. You don't have to, excuse the doggy. You don't have to know the law to know the meaning of the word. Come on, disrupt. I can trip you up. That's a disruption. You know, the things that come in and make noise. That's a disruption. But does it change anything?
Well, and Empress, I couldn't be mad. I could not be mad at him and them because we didn't say nothing.
No, exactly.
And just like Justice Harold said, he disrupted it for himself, which was what he was supposed to do.
Right, because you must come first. And it's not, I'm not mad at all. I mean, it's just like seeing it and recalling that how many years ago when I was so busy with, you know, children and doing all other things, but remembering, hearing about it.
Yeah.
And now being able to hear it, connect it, and know wagwan.
Yeah. Yeah.
And know that I am in the position along with us to change.
Yes.
To put it right.
Yes.
Take our place. Exactly. So yeah, I yield. Yeah.
Because see, when you know better, you do better. We know better.
And we know better.
Islam nobility.
So I'm going to let y'all know, and what I'm looking at right here, this is only based off of what he reported. If he's getting $25 million in grants, right? Mm-hmm. That grant is an award according to the tax code. Yeah. So it's not really for charity. It's really, you just see, when people get these corporations, what a lot of people didn't know. And when I got into it, I didn't know neither. I had to learn, like, being active inside of it. You're not really helping nobody. You just helping yourself, because you're not really donating anything. And according to their policy and how they set it up, it's only set up for you to pay yourself, because it's all about the tax code. When you're dealing with a 501c3 or LLC or LLP or sole corporation, C corporation, because you become a tax generator. When I first was learning about corporations and I got my first EIN number, you are entitled to a grant of $500,000, right? And you go and you apply at a bank. And you had to have a certain name. You had to have things set up. And if your things are set up correctly, if you get a certain amount of points, they will give you the $500,000. Now, in the book that comes with it, when you make your first sole proprietorship, you get a book of about 600 pages that tells you where to apply for the grants at, how much you can apply for, and they tell you they give you incentives based on you becoming a new tax generator. You generate taxes.
Okay, but the generating of the taxes comes by way of getting the names and addresses of the people.
Yes, and that's correct. But at first, they got your name and address first, right? So when they're doing this, right, they're basing it, like, because through my studies and really knowing now, understand to overstand it, what they was really doing, they was really siphoning off of the first person that get the number, right? And then you go out and you sign people up, like you get a board, right? And then you pay this board. but then they have incentives for each person you sign up. Depending on how old they are and the year that they was born, you can get a grant for each person. So each person on here, like I say, I'm the CEO. If I hire a CFO, I get a grant for him, right? If I hire a CFO, I get a grant for him.
Well, or you get a large grant where you pull each. Because see, when I was working in contracting in aerospace, what we would do is, when we got ready to apply for a grant, what we would do is we would write out all the positions that were needed. You didn't have to have names. You just had to have positions and how much you're going to pay them. And then we would send that information in for the grant. And then they would upfront $100 million. And those salaries came out of that $100 million. Then you had to go find people to fill those positions, because you got the money. You just got to go find the people. And that's where, calling the people up and, looking at the resumes and all of that. That's where all of that came in at. But you could tell them how much you were going to pay them because you already had the money in the bank.
From
the grant.
And then also, like I said before, if you're a non-for-profit, you take 30% of that and pay yourself with, and the other 70% has to go back into the company. So if I get a $12 million grant and I subtract 30% of that, I get $7 million I could pay myself with. Or I would take that and go to a bank and get a loan on the money that I deposit. That's how they're getting rich. I had to learn this from people that's like in corporations, how they was doing it, because I got inside information from people. So I knew how they wasn't never making no revenue. They didn't make anything. They would get the grant, go to a bank, the bank CPA will write up do the tax forms, they will operate as a fiduciary, claim the money, because the banks is getting the cutoff. A cut from your deposits for allowing your deposit to go through, and then they'll wait 9 months, just like every other bond, and then they will file the taxes on the 10th month, which is the third quarter. So, and then after the first year, you can file taxes every quarter based off the interest that the bank puts on your account. So they had many tricks to actually make money off high interest. One is high interest rates, 2 is off grants, and then 3 off the taxes that you get from all this money you keep in the bank. So it's a whole lot of stuff that we didn't know at that time.
Yeah, loans are a non-taxable event, so you can't tax a loan. That's why people would leave their money in there and then just get a loan and use that and pay it back later.
Yeah, and it wasn't about taxing the loan. It was about reporting what you have, and then the tax code kicks in. You ain't got to pay taxes to get taxes. That's what a lot of people did not know, and the banks knew that. I didn't have to pay taxes. They knew that I had this money, and that if they bookkeep the amount of taxes you would have paid, and then they do a loss and file a loss and what's name tax. All you had to do was give up your expense book. You write down the expense. And say you didn't even spend that. You didn't spend it. You write down the expense. They will report it to IRS, because IRS don't even check, because everybody's getting the kickback. That's what the fraud was really going on.
So nowadays, you actually, well, and I can't say nowadays because we're the internal revenue. But yeah, I know that all of that stuff was going on. We just didn't know it, and none of us got quote unquote rich from having any of the information from the previous era. We didn't do that. So, Justice Akil.
Yeah, I just want to interrupt also, just to add to what the brother was speaking about, is a lot of these corporations, what they're doing is putting their businesses in a trust. And when you put it in a trust, you can accumulate money and you can save tax money by giving away to charity. And if you put it in what they call an irrevocable trust, that's the one that will help save on federal income, federal taxes. Say if you had like a life insurance policy that you put it in the name of the trust, what they would do is it could be worth $1 million. It's taxable if it's in what they call a revocable trust. But if you put it in an irrevocable trust, it will save money. It will save you the taxes, and that money won't be taxed at the end of the year because you put it in an irrevocable trust. What you wanted to, did you want to say something, Empress?
Well, I'm just thinking, you know, Justice Nate said some things about how to get wealthy in the previous era. You're saying some things, but none of that worked for any of us in that previous era because the system was not set up for that to work for us. We could know it and try it, but it wasn't going to work for us because we weren't even supposed to be in there. We didn't even have the right status. So I get what you're saying about I get what everyone is saying about if you do this, then this is supposed to happen. If you do that, then this is. I get that, but it wasn't going to work in the previous era. The stuff that we're talking about now, we could have known it in the previous era and it wouldn't have worked.
Islam.
Because the system is fiction. It didn't have to give you nothing. And it usually didn't. Islam.
And you're right on that, because even after I've learned all this stuff and we try to do it, it wouldn't work for us because we wasn't in our proper person. And it only was working for those people that didn't look like us because that was the system they set up for them. We knew the information, but we couldn't do none of this. Like, do it, and I'm like, why we can't do it? They keep shutting us down, or we go to the venue, call them to self a bank, and they won't give us a loan. But we knew that
they were black on there.
Yeah, it was over. They would never give us nothing. They'll deny us. We go to 5 banks that get denied.
And not even and not just black, but if you were claiming to be quote unquote white and you didn't know the right one, you wasn't getting none either. And that's why they're complaining now, because they see that that reality has arrived, But all that stuff they would do this and we would do that and they would do this and the system is supposed to do this. None of that stuff. None of that information. But the good thing, Justice Akil and Justice Nate, about now is that we've designed our own system. Our system will do as we've proclaimed for it to do. But here's the real issue. It's the real catch. I'll say catch. I'll use that word. This is the real catch. Because see, some have been saying, well, you got your own money and everything, but how do we see it manifest? This is how. All of us together have to start signing each other on to what we're doing. Because see, we're all going to prosper together. That's congressional And we've already done it really by congressional being a by being the Congress together. We're already in trust with one another.
Really prosper from your eviction.
So as we're moving, we have to first remember that we're government first. Everything else is secondary. Okay?
Islam, when you're finished.
We're government first, and commerce and all of that stuff is beneath the government area. Okay? Yes, we have to start, because see, Jekyll Island, some may know about Jekyll Island. It took a certain number of them to come together and say, okay, we're going to be in trust with one another. We're going to say this and we're going to do this together. No one and no thing can stop us because we've already designed our own system together. Justice Willie.
Yes. I need to ask you, you seem to be brimming with confidence, renewed confidence in what we're doing. But who is to say, well, I should ask, what are we doing now that is so different than what we have attempted in the past? Because it is not that our people did not attempt the Black Wall Street, blah, blah, blah. Well, it shouldn't, I know you're going to say black and all that.
Yep, right. That makes all the difference. It makes all the difference.
Well, I don't know that it makes all the difference. I think it's the people who was involved made the difference. But that's for another story. But what are we doing now that's so different? That's question number one. Why do we feel that they will change or have changed their sentiment toward us? Why are you so confident? Because what you have here, for instance, is a symptom of the whole panorama of everything, with the harassment, the constant trying to, I mean, these guys spend so much energy to try to tell us that it's not going to work, blah, 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 blah. This is a microcosm of what they're all about. Mm-hmm. He's just reflecting what they're all about. So what are we going to do now that's different, that will make a difference?
Okay. So let me ask you a question to answer, to assist with the overstanding and understanding of your question. Can a corpse speak to you? Can a corpse that's in the cemetery get up and speak to you and throw you in jail?
No. But a man. But a man.
Sure? Hold it. Don't go. See, your mind is trying to go somewhere that we're not there yet. Because see, you can say a man, but we talking about corpses.
No, well, go ahead.
Okay, so a corpse cannot get up and put handcuffs on you and kick your door in and put you out and tell you whatever that you owe the corpse a certain amount, right? You must know the difference between a corpse and a man. Now, let me say this. No matter who you're speaking to, if you know that you're the man, then you have the right to question anybody else. Well, when you question anybody else, that's a court action. So that's going to tell you who they are and what authority they have or don't have. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then just do your whole life by questioning everything and everyone in terms of, if you don't know them, because see, that's why the Bible says, know those who labor among you. You got to know if it's a corpse or not. And any costumed actor coming up to you that you don't recognize, because see, we don't recognize anyone that we've not appointed or said, this is our police. We don't recognize, you might as well be a tree or a bush or an ant, because we don't recognize that. So then we have the right to question, because we're the court, we're the law. We're the law, so who are you? If we're the law, who are you? That's the difference. So now to answer your first question, you said what's different about this time? Full disclosure is what's different. See, before we didn't know what we know now. We didn't know that if someone came up to us with a piece of paper that said Pauline Ritchie in all capital letters and black ink, and I didn't write that piece of paper, I didn't know that I could ignore the piece of paper, and in fact, not even ignore, demand that it be destroyed or destroy it myself. Because it's not, but see, my focus is not even on them. If I didn't write it, you ain't talking to me. If I didn't write it, it's not about me. So now, full disclosure, knowing that anything we didn't do doesn't apply unless we say it does. Because see, we actually can say, okay, I do will to participate in this right here. My person, I'm going to put my person in here, or not. See, when people first came here, Justice Willie, our ancestors were taking advantage where they wanted to, and then if somebody tried to call them into a fake court, which they weren't even trying it then. Even when my father, and this is how recent this was. My father, before he got saved, he used to drink a lot. He would drink and drive, crash cars and everything, and the actors acting as police would come. They would pick him up, put him in the back seat, and bring him home to my mother. No police report, no nothing. As long as he was okay, they would just bring him home. Because they knew who he was. They knew who she was. But see, my parents didn't know who they were. So the difference this time is full disclosure. We know who we are and we know who they are. Mm-hmm. We know that anybody coming with all capital letters on a conveyance ain't got nothing to say to us. They don't have anything to say to us because we just said that all capital letters are suspended. So we know who we are. That's the difference. Mm-hmm. Not only do we know who we are, we know we're the court. And that's to me, that's the most important thing we've ever done. Besides nationality, besides declaring who we are, is doing things by court action. Because no one can overspeak your court. Anytime there was anyone who was a fake costume actor coming up to you trying to do a court action on you, because that's what they were trying to do. They were enacting a court action. That's why they would say, driver's license and insurance. They were trying to ascertain your identity. But you had to give it to them. Mm-hmm. So the difference is we've changed our actions. That's the difference. It doesn't really even have anything to do with the poor dear costumed actors. It doesn't even have anything to do with them. We know who we are. We've changed how we interact. And I can't say interact. We've changed how we speak where mm-hmm. actors are concerned. And mm-hmm. see, you got to keep doing it. You can't slip out of character, as it were, and I'll just use that term you can't stop being yourself just because they start asking questions. You still have to be yourself. Mm-hmm. So, again, what we did too, what's really different this time too, for me in particular, I'll just listen, is that I took 7 years of actions and activities to deprogram so that fakes, casts, and spells ain't got nothing to do with me. I took the time to do the study and do the demonstrations, work through the fear, work through the feelings of lack and all of that. We worked through all of that. It took 7 years. I know who I am. I know who we are. I know who you are. See, I didn't know that before, but I know who there's not a single person on earth that I don't know who they are. Not one.
But how do we govern ourselves in commerce? How do we transact commerce with them?
Justice Willie, we first realize that commerce is not the end all be all, because there's some things that commerce is based on. You got to know those things. See, you're still thinking that we have to do commerce with them. We were never doing commerce with them anyway. They were contracting and ruling over, quote unquote, in their enactment over us. That was not even commerce. It was slavery. It wasn't. They got you thinking you was buying stuff, but you weren't. They were pimping you.
Yeah.
They were, by your own signature.
Yeah.
You just have to call it what it really is. So again, your Justice Willie, you have to properly identify the parties, because you're still growing in that area. You must properly identify the parties. You must. That's first before you can do commerce. You must properly identify who that was that you thought you were buying a car or a house from. You weren't buying anything from them that didn't already belong to you. But you must know that. They were pulling from your, see, people used to say, oh, they pulling from our trust. But if they pulling fiat, that's not your trust. They just have your consent. So those are the principles for commerce that have to be known before you can do commerce. And our suggestion to anyone is that you deprogram and reprogram yourself before you engage in any other contracting or commerce. We've had to wait we had to wait this long. We don't have a new conveyance and all of that. So we don't have any of that right now, because we had to hold up a minute so we can see who's actually doing what here. And so we just sacrificed the time, but we already know our ancestors got everything for us. But we had to stop. And I want to specifically thank Empress Rosmariah Bey for telling us that she about the contracting. Just stop contracting until you know what you're doing. Because after that, you'll know that it's not even a contract that you're doing. It's affidavits that you speak by. See, that's the difference. Creditors use affidavits. Subjects and slaves contract.
What about rates?
Contract.
What about rates?
Writs and affidavits, same thing. In other words, it must be by court action. A writ is court action. Affidavits is court action. Anything that you do has to be based on who you are first. That's the difference. That's the difference. And that's why we put court actions on 8.5 by 14 with our sovereign holy autograph on there. That's the difference. And then we work through and work through and work through and work through. I mean, listen, when we were demonstrating POW demonstrations, there were times when we thought, okay, what am I doing here? But the ancestors always came with the answer. You're standing, so stand. You're not who they say you are. And there was some fear being used there too, where, listen, they were trying to lock their corpse up for 2 years for nothing. So I had to stand. And the ancestors, so I just said, okay, just show me how to do it and I'll do it. And boom, they did. That's the difference. That's what's new this time versus being asleep, is that we know we're the court, we're the law, we're the chiefs, we're the chief executive officers, we're the judiciary, we're the legislature, we're the Congress, we're the money, we're the banks, and everything else is a system that we govern.
Are more supposed to vote?
Of course, we just did.
No, I mean vote for the jure de facto government.
That's not a de facto government. See, in fact, they are not government. Because that's what de facto means, is Are they government by facts? The only reason they were claiming to be de facto is because they were doing the government, quote unquote, actions and acts.
So what about when a Moor go out there and vote and participate in their voting?
Then they're gonna have to know that they're being capitalized. So they have to stop doing that. Did you know all quote unquote voting was capitalization again?
Making you a ward of the state, because it is saying you need a vote for a representative. So, and he speaks for you because you're a minor, you're an imbecile.
You're agreeing to be a minor, an idiot, and an imbecile. And I'm saying idiot because that's the word at law. That's what they call it in law. You're an idiot.
Yeah.
If you do that.
So you need to take your name off the voters list.
Don't take your name because it ain't your name. Leave it there and mind your business.
Don't vote.
Mind your business.
True.
And this is what mind your business means. Mind your business means make sure that you know that they're not even talking to you. They're not. Now, let me say this about that whole thing, about the whole voting thing. If at any time we chose to do anything like that, we wouldn't even be voting in the same. It would be like trying to play chess on a different board with somebody. Because where we send it, our addresses are different. We write the states out. They don't even exist in states that are written out. They don't. So where would you send it? Because you can do it, and guess what? In the funny mirror, it'll look like you picked whoever that was.
So when the light bill come in the all caps, what do you do with it, so that they don't come and cut off your lights?
You have to demonstrate who you are, lien, levy, bond, and this is the thing, the ancestors will give you grace to do that. Lien, levy, and bond, that thing that was acting like it's a system. You have to put your resources in the proper system. So that, listen, they can't come and cut it off if it's in the proper system. Listen, if that wasn't true, I wouldn't be sitting here or standing here. I would be in jail. If we couldn't do what I'm telling you right now, you have to know that your lights are not coming from them. They're interlopers. They're interlopers. Islam, Justice Akil.
I wanted to say, when doing your liens, you want to make sure you locate the entity's indentured trustee, and you want to send those documents to the indentured trustee of that.
Hold up, Justice Akil. We're gonna have to stop you there.
Okay, explain.
There's no trustee but you.
Well, the acting trustees.
They don't have any titles, and we have to actually state. We have to state that every time we open our mouth.
I'm just saying that if those acting as such, you want to get that EIN number of that corporation. Those actors in the office of trustee, you want to, the subjects in the office of the trustee, you want to get that EIN number, and you want to mail your documents to that particular one to keep your lights on.
And you want to you will to send it properly addressed.
Exactly.
You have to spell everything out. Don't use any abbreviations. No nothing. That's how you do it. Justice Willie, those processes. That's how money is moved around. That's how resources are moved around. That's how people travel, have the right to travel and things. All of that. Anything coming in all capital letters is fiction. They call it fiction because it's false. You have to put truth to everything.
Well, it's a debtor and you're the creditor.
And you could say that. You could say that. But they're not even who they say they are. They don't even fit the definition of even that. They're fiction. They're fake. But we have to know how to say that. So the lien, it removes the capitalism. The levy properly identifies the resource. And the bond then bonds that resource as a living resource to the land, which is you.
Oh.
You are the land. Lien, levy, and bond. See, we started out with the lien process, and some people thought that was all they had to do was lien. No, you got to look at the financial systems that we've created and use them. Lien, levy, and bond. Because guess what? That's what they were doing in their enactment to you when they would put you in handcuffs and all of that. That was lien. The handcuffs is levy, because levy is possession. The bond is fake. It was in their previous enactment. Them enacting a bond was a fake court, and you know they had a fake bond on all their fiction.
So the bond that we do are like the creditor's bond, but how does that? So you would the bond would be like generating credit, right?
It's properly stating the credit. The credit, you don't have to claim credit. It's already, because you're the creditor, it's already yours. You just have to properly identify the credit. And bonds assist in properly identifying that the property and the value of that property is what you say it is. And that is bonded to the land and not lost at sea. That's what the word bond is all about.
So I need to clarify something, and I know this, I don't want to throw you off your game, but when you write a bond on a piece of paper, and what is it, you post it to, like, you post it to, you send it to the relevant, I don't want to say, I know you're very picky when it comes to words.
I am.
Yeah, and you have a right to do that, because words it's a word game too, word magic. You by that, if it's just sitting there on a website, it is of no effect. So how do you get the lien, the levy, and the bond to have teeth that bite? That's what I want to ask.
Put it on the public record, and then
just that.
Then, did you know that the public record is also a banking system?
Mm-hmm.
That's why all quote unquote property in the previous era was listed on the public record. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The public record is not just a record; it's a court action, so it's enforceable by law.
Okay.
Okay.
Islam, Empress.
Islam justice. Just a moment.
Can you open for Justice
Islam.
Sharif?
So Justice Willie, putting it on the public record means that the public, if there's no rebuttal to it, that means the public agrees with you.
Oh, okay.
So it's also creating a great cloud of witnesses.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and that's what makes court actions effective.
I like how you're using the Book of Commerce, the Bible.
Of course.
Great cloud of witness.
We know you can. We know you get that part. We know you get it.
Hebrews 11.
Yes. So the public record is very powerful. Very powerful. Because see, again, unrebutted.
Absolutely.
And it's not just something out there. It's the law.
So that's what. So just placing these things on the public record gives it teeth.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's the word. In the beginning was the word. In the beginning was the word. Everything starts by the word. Then the word was with us, and the word is us.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Islam, Justice Akeem.
Yeah, I just want to also interject that, say when you're doing your lien, levies, and your bonds, is that with that court action, it's something that you're going to have to settle the debt. You literally got to Call those debtors out and settle the debt in your court action.
Yeah.
You have to do that and put it on the public record. Justice Willie.
Justice Akil, that's really good. That's really good because, see, the word settle, that's why
it's not discharge because it's not you can't say discharge. You got to say settle.
Well, when foreigners came here, they were calling themselves settlers.
Right.
Think about that. They came here to do financial things, quote unquote. Talking about they came here for religious freedom. Get out of here. Islam, Empress.
I have a quick question about the bond and the bond number. So we do we actually give the bond a number just as we give the affidavits a MAC number?
So we've been restating EINs. We've been restating those and giving the bonds those numbers, the restated numbers.
That's even better. Yes. Yes. Islam.
That
way it coincides with the lien. No.
Yeah.
Not the levy.
Yeah.
The levy.
The lien and the levy. Yeah.
Right. But more so the levy because that's where we actually put in that EIN number.
Yes.
Islam.
Yep. And any property that was previously being claimed, the Internal Revenue claims it back and says all property that this debtor was claiming is not their property. Property. That's what a levy is. That's the difference between a lien and a levy. A lien is a claim. That is, and for us, our liens are judicial verdicts and justice. That's what our liens are. So they are liens because of the way we do them. They take it much further than just it being a claim. It's a judicial verdict. Then the levy says, okay, any property that was previously being enacted as claimed by that entity is not their property. We possess the property. Because they say possession is 9/10 of the law or something of that nature. And that's actually how you possess it before you get the key. You possess it.
And what they do is to establish a security interest in your property. But if you have a lien, levy, and bond and the Universal Commercial Code, it supersedes anything that they can do, right?
It's not even in this. That's like the difference between watermelons and apples. Theirs is not even on the right, because theirs is nominated in fiat. Ours is nominated in gold and silver. You can't claim some tangible asset using fiat. You cannot do it.
It's illegal.
Pay your taxes in fiat, don't you, Pauline? You pay your property.
I don't, and I know he's not talking to me, but I don't pay them.
Where's the other one that says fiat is alive? Fiat is alive. I miss that one, man. It makes me laugh. I just love them.
They're not even on the chessboard. Not even on the chessboard.
The Three Stooges.
Islam.
Oh,
is it, what you just said is that also in accord with you can't pay a debt with a debt?
You can't pay a debt with a debt. That's number one. Number two, you can't use debt to claim anything tangible.
Right.
Wow. Say that again.
You just can't. You cannot claim anything tangible with debt. Because see, with debt, that means if you use it, that means you're admitting that you owe somebody something. Well, who do you owe? the one who has the claim on the tangible thing, and we claim all tangibles.
And we're the only one that can have an allodial title to the property.
Adjourned. That's it.
Why? I'm going to be the devil's advocate. Why?
Why what?
Because
why
we are
the only one who cannot claim their allodial title? Why?
Because we are the heirs by blood and birthright.
Because we were here first.
Okay.
We literally created the word title. Now, hopefully this doesn't offend anyone, but the word tit and title are the same thing. Let that sink in about how the Holy Quran says that one mother hath given you suck.
And that's probably why the Albions took out the woman out of everything because of the power she possessed.
The word is seall. That means God is feeding you.
The only one.
I'm just saying.
God
etymologically speaking, it's etymology. So all titles come from the one with the tit L. I'm just saying. So hopefully everyone, listen, etymologically, it is what it is, and that's what it is. So now, seeing what we're seeing, this thing here, this on the screen is how those previously doing businesses, Elon Musk and Bill Gates and all that, that's where they got their millions and millions and millions and millions. Warren Buffett and all, that's where they got it from. The one previously doing businesses, Warren Buffett, was that actor was just claiming to house everybody and to insure everybody. Because, see, he said out of his own mouth in his enactment in a previous quote-unquote interview that insurance is the best thing since sliced bread. That's what he said. Why? Because you're triple and quadruple booking the same property. So not only are you claiming the deed to the property, but then insuring it, that's adding that same value to your books twice. So that means that you're doing what the Biblio says about how to double and triple and getting your returns back to your blessings back to you 7 times 70 and 1,000 times returns on what you give. Give, and it shall be given unto you good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over shall men give unto your bosom. For with the same measure that you meet withal, it'll be measured back to you again and again and again and again and again. And then it says, bring ye all the tithes and offering into the storehouse, that there may be meat in my house. See, both of those scriptures are always used to, in the previous era, they were used to have people feeling bad because they don't have nothing to pull out. Both of those scriptures use the word meat. Meat is about tangibles. It didn't say love and peace, and it didn't say that. It said meat in the house. So now it's about tangibles. We spent 7 years getting our minds right. Now what we're doing is saying, okay, let us manifest. Let us manifest. Let us manifest. Oh yes, will a man rob God in tithes and offering? See, Justice Willie, when you ask about it being a man, That thing about man and God is about the lowercase, all lowercase in red, and the in capitis diminutio minima talking to each other.
Mm-hmm.
You see, God is us in all lowercase letters in red ink because it's about the blood in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Then the blue in capitis diminutio minima is where the robbery takes place, because now you're talking about commerce and money. But in red and all lowercase letters, that's government. God is government ordinance ministry.
Mm-hmm.
So it all makes sense. It all comes together. There's nothing missing. There's no lack in what we're doing. There's nothing missing. All we have to do is keep doing what we're doing. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. Keep being ourselves. And Justice Willie, we keep our focus on what we're doing. We don't spend time looking at what they're doing and trying to, because see, it's a matrix. And whatever you look at and focus on, it's going to grow.
Mm-hmm.
So don't
That's
look
so
at them.
true.
Don't focus on them. That's why we say, if you take at least 3 days a month and don't listen to anything foreign, only listen to things that have to do with us, that come from us. Grand Sheik Taj videos, our Congresses, others out there who are showing us things. That's going to help with the deprogramming.
So true. But you know what, as you say that, did you know that they go out of their way to put themselves in sight?
Of course.
Okay.
They listen, every time we come, they keep trying to speak, but they cannot address us directly because they're corpses.
Mm-hmm. The other morning, I went to buy my coffee, and I always, when I drive out sometime, I would say, they'll always be visible. And my son would say, "Oh, Daddy, you're paranoid." I said, "My wife is paranoid." Until I went around the back of a mall by myself just to meditate, and there was one of them passing me face to face. I said, "Well, that's confirmation." But I just said to myself, you know what? I'm the oracle that they're protecting. They've been assigned to protect us.
Justice Willie, you're speaking them into existence so that your eyes will.
I know. I'm just saying that jokingly.
You know, if we stop looking at them, they'll stop talking. If we stop pulling up their videos, guess what? Automatically they'll stop talking because we didn't pull up the video.
That's so true.
And that's Vision 101. That's Vision 101.
Yeah, whatever you focus on become magnified.
Of course, because you're God, you're a creator.
Mm-hmm.
You're the creator. Now, another something that we've been thinking about that we would like for the Congress to, as we prepare to adjourn this platform, we would like for the Congress to spend a little bit of time this week studying the Proclamation of 1763. Just study it. Just look at it. Okay? Because at some point we're listening to the Spirit. We just will to listen to the Spirit about everything we do, because we know that we're talking about, here, let's just take a quick look at it really quickly. The Royal Proclamation of 1763. We'll pull it up here on, and what this, we're just looking at it. The Royal Proclamation of 1763, it states that anyone who's not original and indigenous to the land must not be past the Appalachian Mountains. See, that's what made the Louisiana Purchase such a crime. Basically, it was a crime, But again, it's not a crime if we agree to it. Okay? And again, what it says is that nobody foreign should be on the western side of the Appalachian Mountains, that they were supposed to be all over there in them 13 colonies. Okay? Now, we're not mad at anyone, because what we're talking about is not our subjects. We're talking about those doing commerce and business, the ones who came here to do commerce and business. But again, we're looking at that simply because we're doing commerce. We're doing merchant actions. Okay? And the movement will be slow, but it will be, should this Congress agree to it. We're just looking at it right now, just looking. What we do know is that we fill all spaces, so we don't have to worry about people, whether people are going to be here or not. We know the people will be here. Okay? It's just a matter of supply lines is really what we're talking about here. Supply lines and the republic. Okay. So just take some time to look at it. We're going to do a little more study on it as well, and just look at it, discuss it, change it however we will to change it, and go from there. And in conclusion of this this Congress, I'm going to put a link in the chat. Now, I'm putting this link in the chat with the understanding and overstanding that no one will backslide when you see this video, okay? And the reason I'm saying that is because the more in this video is going to spill all the beans on more of how they got quote unquote rich in the previous era, okay, in the enactment. And at one point in the video, he even says, you know, it's fiat. It's not gold and silver. Gold and silver is real money. Fiat is just paper. So we just play with the paper and do things with the paper. Well, we're going to not do things with the paper like that. We're going to, gold and silver has to be returned to the land, and it already has been. So, but he gives he just spilled the beans on all the stuff that they were doing in the previous era and how they got wealthy, and he makes it sound like it's a piece of cake, because it really was. It was just a matter of documentation and paperwork. You know, this more, and again, this guy and all the rest of those out there who are spilling the beans on everything that has to do with the previous era, all those that are spilling the beans, they're spilling the beans because the stuff doesn't work for them like they thought it would. Even the one with the $700,000, almost $800,000 salary per quote unquote per year, it's not working the way he thought it was going to work. So they're just putting all the information out there. They're telling everything. They're singing like birds. And so we're just allowing the ancestors to bring the information into our sphere, and deciding as a Congress and as a people what we will to use and what we don't will to use in our system, okay? Because we're not using any other systems. There are no other systems but ours. So keep in mind as you look at these videos that they're not talking to us, they're talking to people who were previously doing actions where fiat is concerned. Because they're in the video, it's so convincing that sometimes the temptation will be, well, let me try that. Not in the previous system. Don't do it there. It's not working for them, which is why they're talking about it now. Why they're putting all of their business and everybody else's business out there on the record, because it's not working for them. But this guy knows a lot. He's a great talker about the processes. He was a banker, quote unquote, according to him. With that being stated, but see, even people like him, they're affirming what we've been saying. They knew gold and silver was the real money, so they didn't even care about the numbers and the digits where fiat is concerned. Islam nobility.
Yeah. I'm trying to, let's see. I'm looking at some information on the systems, and there was a whole lot of, like, accounts and stuff I had. I've been busy, and all the accounts is coming up. And when I talk to these people, which I try to avoid doing, there's something in their system. I'm trying to see how to get access, because like all the accounts, bank accounts and stuff like that, they're all coming up closed. And
so they have to be restated because they're really not closed. They were dealing those on the stock market and everything. They're not closed.
Right. See, this is the thing. When you talk to them, it's like talking to a stone wall. So I got to know what I'm doing, exactly what I'm doing, but I got to have access into that system. And it's like open up bank accounts. You call 20 people, or you go into 20 banks. They looking in that system. They see something. They see those liens. They see those bonds. They don't want to open those accounts. They telling me they can't open those accounts.
They don't have the authority. They already know you got them open.
Right. And so I need to know what I'm doing.
Okay.
I know what I'm doing, but at the same time, I got all these different forces coming at me. See, some of these people, they don't know what the liens is. They king people. They kin people. I've been working on stuff for 2 years for people and didn't get collect anything from them. And then when I go do the paperwork, so everybody can be taken care of, they want to fight. I'm not against them.
What were you expecting to collect from them?
I wasn't expecting to collect anything. I know who I am and what I am and what I got coming and who I am. I know. But that doesn't stop folks from throwing in monkey wrenches coming at you because they don't know. They think you're after them. I'm not after them. You with me if they wake up.
So whoever it is that you're talking about that's saying you're after them or whatever, they just need to study capitalism.
Right.
Because capitalism is not, it's about capital letters. That's it. It's very simple. It's about capital letters. So the capital letter names are not them. Neither are they you. So here's the thing.
Right.
There's partially something that in what you're saying that tells me that has to be really driven into your information as well, so that you don't think that you have to go to speak to corpses or persons. Wait a minute. Let me just finish.
I got you.
But if you got me, you wouldn't have called them in the first place. And so that's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. It's too many things going on that have to be dealt with. So I've been dealing with it for 2 years. I have to be able to look into the system, and when I go to access that system, look, I've been looking at it for a long time. Every time you go look at something that's going on, it's something in their system. We must have access to every last one of those systems we got. We must have access and clear it out. There is no if and but about it.
Okay, so let me just say this about that. You will not get access until you first create your own records that correct what you're seeing.
Right. But I got to know what records to get into them and how to get into them. Why I know much, I will not. When you study long, you do know that you do not know it all, and you're not about to confess that.
Okay. So have you declared your nationality?
This is Jones Bay, Indianapolis. All my stuff is out there.
Okay, I'm asking because I don't know.
I hate to give the name and try to act puffed up or anything like that, but this stuff is already done. The majority of it is already done.
Okay.
But when you got so many knives and angles coming at you from everywhere, the ones at the top that should know
Okay, but they're not talking to you though. See, you don't know that they're not talking to you, so you think you got
I know they're not talking to me, but that don't keep them from opening up the doors, letting con men come in on you. That doesn't stop them from putting papers on your door, threatening to kick your door down, and when they come with your door, that doesn't stop that. We got to be real and stop playing.
Okay, so
everybody has to understand this.
So how about this? Let me just explain to you where they're really putting their papers. Without having seen any of the papers that were put on your door, I'm just going to be real with you. I can guarantee you that everything that you saw on your door had a 2-letter state on it, on the address. It had a 2-letter state on the address.
I understand all that you're saying.
Okay, so now, how you stop them from kicking your door in is you put it on the public record that you're not in a 2-letter state.
I already did that. All that's done, but I got to keep. They keep persistently coming.
Okay, because you keep talking to them.
No, I don't keep talking to them. I don't talk to them. I don't show up at their courts. But at times I have to put the papers in. I have to make sure I'm protected.
Then that's the problem. You're approaching it with fear in the first place. You think that a paper is going to protect you, when really your bloodline is protecting you. Now, if you don't want to hear anything I have to say, I'll be quiet.
I know what's protecting me. I hear you. I've been on here since you've been on here. I know. At the same time, I know that when they look in that system, it is not clean in that system. It is not clear.
Okay, your records correct the system. It doesn't correct itself.
Right, but you got to make sure that you put it into the right system. You got to make sure that you're sending out the right thing.
Okay, we've been over that quite a bit, but I don't mind going over it again because I've been in your shoes. I've been there before.
This is nothing new for me, and the only reason why much of the stuff is not done is because I haven't had access to do it.
Okay, so you don't need access to their system because their system ain't talking to you. You must create your own system and then notify the subjects in the office of that this is what the system says. Wait.
Right, to correct the system.
If you'll just be quiet for 2 more seconds and let me get just this one sentence out. Your system is the right one when you create it, and theirs is not. That you must stand on. You got to stand on that. If you don't stand on that, then they can do whatever they will or want with their courts. Not with you, with their courts. You must correct all systems by creating them, and then proper notification, and then know that what you have put is the law because you did it by affidavit and by court action. Okay?
I agree with that. That's not no I agree with that. That's not no answers and buts. I agree with much of what you're saying, but it's a way we explain things to each other to know that we're on the same page. There's no bucking against nothing you said.
Well, I just know that I didn't take any of that personally because guess what? I love you with my whole heart because you are my brother. We are one. So I don't take it, but I hear your frustration.
Oh yeah.
And that's the thing. When you're frustrated, sometimes emotion blocks our ability to hear. Hear each other. So what you said about communicating with each other and the way we say it, you know, we just have to acknowledge that.
I hear you loud and clear. There's no what you're saying and what you're doing. It's like a lot of times people don't get it. I see what you're saying, and at a certain point in time, you're only dealing with a certain issue, but you have said it long ago. That what it is. I know where you at. I know what you're saying. I know what you're talking about. But it's just that I have to be able to I just have to be able to utilize certain things at certain times.
Okay, so just know that anything that you use has no time limit, and don't let any fraudulent ones push you into thinking you're in a hurry. Just take it one process at a time and do that, and I can assure you the ancestral energies within you will ensure that everything stays like it should until you learn the next step. But just keep going, nobility. Just keep going, and then we know you will. We don't doubt that.
It's not. It's like it's not that I'm in such a hurry, but it's like certain things have to be avoided. And if I can get more input on top of what I'm doing, which may be that'll help me, then I'm going to go get that. I'm not one of those that don't know how to listen. I've been 7 years. This was only like the second or third time I ever said anything.
Mm-hmm.
So I know where you're coming from, what you're talking about, and what you're saying. But at certain times,
So nobility, let me tell you what I'm hearing in the spirit realm.
Go ahead.
There are some fake court actions that are calling on the court. They have something on there. I'm seeing a piece of paper. It looks, I don't know if it's a war rant or it's a something that says you have to appear. Not you, but the court has to appear. And you're looking for a way to not do that. But there's some fear. You don't want them to kick the door in and all of that. I see the document. I see the document. Whatever document it is that they sent to you, that they sent to the court, okay? Here's our suggestion, nobility, and this will ease some of all of your anxiety when you do this. Create that same document, but make it say the opposite of what they're saying. If it's a court date, quote unquote, then create a court date and you prepare to do court on them. That's our suggestion. We've done it. Multiplicity of times we've done it.
The thing about it is, I've dealt with all of them. All my papers are in them courts, so-called courts, them administrative process, and they know who I am. They know there's no corpse here. I've done the squash and all the other stuff on it.
Mm-hmm.
But they keep sending it, and then when I ask for the tax ID number, their badge number, their oath of office, they never come up with it.
Because they don't have any. They know who they are.
I know. But at the same time, we did not
give them that. We didn't give them badges and guns and all of that. We didn't give them that, so we didn't give them that.
At the same time, I'm not going to start piling it on and piling it up. But at the same time, I'm staying out the way till I get done with everything I know I need to get done. I know they don't have no system. I know they don't have no system, but if I can use aid to help do that, because for the most time I don't ask people for nothing, but people are too busy taking. They
Let me say this about that. Let me say because I heard something there that the spirit is drawing in on. If you feel that you have to hide from them to stay out of the way while you do your paperwork, then you almost don't believe any of the stuff on your paperwork.
I believe all my paperwork, everything I say.
Okay, wait a minute. Are you hiding?
No, I'm not hiding. I'm staying out away from them. I don't want to be bothered with them.
All right.
I don't have none of them.
All right.
They come up in here and try to.
No, they're not going to come up in there. We're not going to say that.
Well, they've been up in here.
Okay, they're not coming while you're doing your work. Do your work though, and know that they're not coming if you don't have any contracts with them. Now, let me tell you what else the Spirit is saying. The Spirit is saying that there's some contract somewhere. There's a contract somewhere that you've not been willing to let go of. I don't know where it is, but all I would ask you to do is just, okay, all I would ask you to do.
Termination of contracts.
Okay, all I would ask you to do is go back and look again to ensure, and then invoke jurisdiction on the public record. In fact, feel free to invoke jurisdiction right now, because this is going on this is the public record too.
Oh, they have no jurisdiction, and it's been stated many times.
That's not invoking jurisdiction.
I've been abducted and held for 2 years. They came behind my car and claimed.
No.
Yeah.
They weren't holding you. They were holding a corpse, and you just claimed to be that corpse.
No, I did not claim to be that corpse. I made it clear from the get-go. They kept trying to push their attorneys on me and all kind of stuff. I made it clear.
Yeah, they don't have any attorneys because we didn't make them attorneys.
Yeah,
so now,
I made it clear. I've been there, and I've done all I know to do.
Let me just say this. You're saying that you've been there. I get that. But your words are saying something different because you keep giving them titles. You got to stop doing that on the public record because this is public.
They don't have any titles. I've made it clear. My paperwork speaks clear, and it made it clear that who I am and what I am. And I don't take no back seats. Now, if you hear it, but at the same time, when I say certain things, I expect you to tell me what you hear and what, you know.
That's what I just did.
And then I need to make sure that to clear my language. Yes. If I say a thing and 30 people hear it different.
No, you just said they're attorneys. They put their attorneys, and we know they don't have any. So
I mean, for their system, far as what I'm speaking of their system. Just like the corporate system say that the nationals are formed from the corporate system.
Okay, so that's not a real system. Just so that you're aware. It's not a real system.
I know that.
So you make it real when you keep looking at it, expecting it to say something else. You make it real when you do that, but you have to know that no matter what it says, you must state who you really are at all times by court action. That's all we're saying.
The very fact that one is speaking, the very fact that one is speaking, it proves that they're committing fraud.
Okay.
In their so-called court systems. These things I know, but to explain it to others to see what I'm saying is not always the same.
Do you think that we don't know what you're saying?
You should know. I don't see why you don't. But maybe I'm not explaining it right.
No, I'm asking you, do you think that we know what you're talking about?
I don't see why you don't.
That's a yes or no question.
I don't see why you don't. You got to know.
Do you think that we know what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be.
Okay, that was easy. Yes was easy.
Oh, yes. Because I wouldn't, like I keep saying, you wouldn't get my attention for no 7 years.
No, listen.
Your name and all the other. No, you wouldn't.
Justice
you know the rest. No.
Justice Jones, may we offer support for you as Congress?
You already have. So
okay, so now we're going to do it anyway. We're going to do it anyway, Justice.
You're going to do it. Yes.
You know we're going to do it anyway.
Please. It's already done.
You're right. We're going to do it. We're going to manifest it.
Yes, this is,
Justice Jones.
I'm sitting here.
We send you strength, peace, love, joy, truth, and justice. We send you calm spirit. We send you victory. We send you strength. We send you wisdom. We send you power and authority, even though we know you already have these things. but we're going to send you some more.
And I multiply and return it.
Islam.
All the same.
Islam.
It ain't what you think. I mean, I'm not going to say you because I know you. but some others.
No, don't worry about others.
It ain't worried.
This Congress knows what they're hearing.
Yeah.
This Congress knows what they're hearing.
Yeah.
And what they're hearing is our brother receiving and accepting what we just sent you. That's what we hear.
Yeah, well, not just what you've been sending.
Yes.
Let's not get it twisted.
Listen, you are our brother.
Let's not get it twisted.
Yes,
what you've been sending, everything you've been sending and doing.
Yeah.
No, I know. I see you.
Islam.
Here, just gone.
Justice Anthony. Islam.
Go ahead.
Peace and grand rising. Am I permitted to interject? Can I say something? My brother, peace and love. You believe in the spirits?
What did you say? What do you say? Do
I asked you if you believe in the spirit.
Energy and frequency is real, whether I believe it or not.
All right. I'm going to tell you something, my brother. The problem that I see you having is that you keep contracting with these people. Because every time you send them something, they keep sending you back and forth. So it's like it takes two to make a quarrel. If when they had engaged you the first time, if you had stopped it right there properly, in the proper aspect in the first time, they couldn't keep contracting, sending papers, you sending back papers back and forth. That's why it has gotten to where it's at now. Because there's too many paperwork keep going back and forth between you and them.
Well, it's not much paperwork being sent back and forth. I put sometimes when they send something, I'll reiterate, refer them back to what I sent to them the first time.
Yeah, after a while, nobility, you just let your word stand. After a while, you just let your word be your word.
Indeed, Empress. That is the problem. Too much contract going on. Islam.
Yeah, after a while, you let your word be your word and let that be it. Now, nobility, just know that we're not doubting that you're sending documentation and things. We're not doubting that you're standing on your square. We don't doubt that.
No, it's much to be done. So.
We don't doubt it. We don't doubt you at all.
Yeah, it's much to be done. It's the way that you, like, different ones of them say different things, but I've been pretty fortunate where I don't try to reject what you're saying or try to make judgment on it. So I can pick up more. I can get more out of 10 people than somebody can get out of 100.
I'm sure.
But I appreciate you.
We're so grateful that you're here.
Well, I'm more grateful probably than with you and the rest.
We're grateful that you're here, and even more grateful that you spoke.
It's a lot of energy, but the energy is not going to be calm. But it got to be properly utilized.
Of course,
so
it's a system.
Yeah.
See, nobility, anything that is sent to the corpse, we can restate it and send it saying what it should be saying. That's really what should be going on. Is you repeating what is being said, but repeat it properly. Put it in its proper status and proper format. That's all. That's all we ever do.
As I find many times I don't even say anything because what you're saying is not incorrect. And you said it many other times.
Of course.
So, but it's just like at certain times you try to get, see if you can get more better outlook, someone else standing on the outside looking in, and make sure that you're not missing anything.
Well, nobility, we don't think you're missing anything. We don't think you're missing anything. Really, it's an energy. It's an energy, and the energy is easy for you to control because it's your energy. So you're not missing anything. It's just a matter of you recognizing it and revealing and seeing it. You're not missing anything. You're complete. Now,
wow.
Open your eyes and see.
On those liens, what like the banks, stuff like that, they are lien and levied. And as far as opening up account, I'm not trying to recontract with them, but I have to utilize that banking system or their so-called names as part of our banking system.
Who says you have to even use a banking system when you're the bank? Who says you even have to use one?
Well, I know I'm the bank, but at the same time, I have to be able to look into that system and clear it out.
You clear it out by clearing it out.
Remove the, because when you go to shop at stores or whatever, they're using that same system. They're using it. So I must have access to it.
Not everybody. Not everybody.
I mean, they're coming up with new
systems. There are some
systems.
people who go into the store and don't use that system and they still come out with stuff.
Right? Well, yeah.
Okay, so you have to know the process that they're using and then state that process. Well, there are some people who when they go in there, their receipt is zeroed out.
And
they walk out with the stuff.
Well, we're saying the same thing, but it don't do no good for me to know how that they exist, and I don't know how to do it without error.
Without error?
It's an embarrassment.
Okay.
To be called all these things like sovereign citizen and all that kind of thing, and then you don't know your steps as the people don't know the proper steps.
Well, that's incompetence on the people's part. To try and do something and not know what they're doing, okay. But you know what? Let me say this too. There comes a time when a scientist will do an experiment because they know what's going on, because that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
This Congress is not incompetent by any means, just so that and everybody knows that.
Yes.
What we do is we write the process and then we demonstrate the process and see where it can be improved, see if there's anything that we will to add or take away or fix or change or alter or whatever the case may be, or modify or whatever.
But this is the whole thing I'm getting at. I see exactly what you're saying. But some things we don't have to step out and do. We know they're not right, so we don't have to step in the limelight or in front to do anything. Straighten it out before we go out there, and then we won't have to go out there.
Okay, do that.
Too many of us don't see it.
Okay, do that. See, you wouldn't be frustrated if that was really true for you, though. I'll be honest.
No, it's not. It's not a matter of being frustrated. People don't understand my energy and what I'm saying.
Listen, Nobility, you are not the first nor the last to feel the way you feel.
I'm not the first or the last, but I know what I know. I've been seeing things from, and they continue to be correct. They continue to prove themselves. And that's why I will step out front and not be afraid. I'd rather step out front and be wrong than to stand back and be wrong, and all kind of people getting injured.
But did you know people are getting injured when they get pulled over and thrown in jail and don't know who they are?
Well, I know who I was, and I still got thrown in there.
Okay, so there you have it. There's something that you were there's something that you still, there was part of that still had to be, there's some things you still did. See, at no point do we get to the place where our ego tells us that we don't need to hear other things, other people.
But no.
At no point do we get to that point. So,
yeah.
Have you? Let me ask you, because there's a question in the chat. Have you done the 40 documents?
The majority of them I have done. I haven't. I have to make. My thing is, I have to make sure. I have to go back over all of them and make sure they're done. And then some of them I combine together. But I still need to go back over them and look and make sure that all the details on those 40 documents is in the rest of what I've been presenting. And there's so many fires that I'm fighting.
Nobility, it's all good.
Yeah, I mean, there's no opposite here. I see what you're doing. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you.
We appreciate you too. You know that.
Yeah. It's not. I'm not gonna stick with you. Like I said, I'm not gonna stick with you for those 7 years. If you ain't, and this is one of the few that So, in case anybody wanted to know, you're one of the few that I will utilize my time to.
We are honored that you feel that way.
And not trying to start on other YouTubes. There's too many YouTubes in there, and there's too much distraction and garbage out there. And so I feel that I'd rather be on something like this, and everybody else, with their input, than rather go start something else. I got too many talents, too many other things to be doing. Yeah. So I appreciate what you do in your talents, and the rest of them.
Islam Nobility, we're just glad to hear from you. Since you've been here 7 years, we're grateful to hear your voice. We know that there are many who, over the 7-year period have been here. We just don't always hear from you, or we don't always, see you at the Congress. But there are many who grace us with their presence that way.
If you're there and the rest of them there, I'm there. It's just that it doesn't work so. The live feed doesn't work so good for me. It's some things I dissect. I dissect what you're doing. Yeah. I might have to stop it, rewind it, pause, go look this up and that. It doesn't work good being in here live. Yeah. So I appreciate you, like I said before, way back, the way you do it. And I understand that everything can't go onto the tube. Yeah. And that when you have your private meetings or whatever, everything can't be put out there because people get it and do the wrong thing with it.
We just the only reason that we don't put some things out there is we feel like, okay, some things may be national security measures and things, but all is well, Nobility, and we're just grateful that you're here. Thank you for speaking up.
I'm glad you are where you at.
It's great to hear from you. 7 years. That's awesome. Islam. Islam, Justice Ogunwale.
Yes, I was listening very attentively all night. And I will to share past experience I had because, I'm an Aries on March 21st, right?
Ooh.
And I'm known to be very impatient, have anger issues. This is past, though. I overcame a great deal of these traits. And when I normally had high expectations. Mm-hmm. So when things don't work out for me, I'm quick to get angry. Mm-hmm. Not realizing I'm making it worse for myself. Yeah. But I had to go through those experiences only to come to realize that I got to get rid of this anger.
Yeah.
Because the anger gonna block me from proceeding.
Yeah.
But time will humble everybody. And when you become humble and your eyes open, you be like, man, if I only listened back then instead of talking so much or expecting so much or trying to do too much, So it's a matter of just sitting still, breathing, and letting go of everything, and everything is going to come to you.
Justice Ogunwale, you are the last person I would have ever thought had an anger management problem. The last.
This
so calm. You're always so calm and just cool.
I come a long way. A long way.
Yeah. Your energy is great.
This is what I want to say. I appreciate that because this is the thing about it, is if we understand what the kingdom is, the answers are within, and they're always within. But that's why a lot of times I won't say anything, but at the same time, if I open my mouth and say something, then I get the information.
Yeah.
But all the answers are within.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. We're here to assist each other in hearing our within.
Yeah.
You know? Then we get affirmation from each other that, okay, I really am hearing from my great within.
But people like me may not realize that.
You do, because you said
like me, they may not realize that if I speak to you or to the other ones, that you are me and you are answering me. You are my answer for me, to me. The oneness.
Yes, it is unity.
As an organism.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Yes. We are that for each and every one of us is that for each other. So it's a very beautiful mothership mentality. Mothership mentality just means that I'm over here and you're over there, and we're thinking the same thing at the same time.
Yep.
That's what they call the singularity, because they know that the great mind comes to all of us at the same time, saying, hey, time to wake up, time to do this, time to do that.
Yeah, see, they can't see that fence. They can't see that inside you, so they'll pull up the physical fence. They'll pull the one they can see, but the one they can't get to, that's the one they want.
Yeah, Islam.
Islam,
nobility. And then we will adjourn.
Yes. Thank you. Gratitude. My brother, Mr. Jones, Noble Jones, may I suggest something to you, my brother?
Go ahead. You don't have to ask, just do it.
The spirit, you see? Take that other brethren there, right, that just explained his experience. Take that as a lesson. I'm going to give you an advice, and I'm sure you will overcome with this advice. The spirit controls and runs everything. So what I suggest that you do to solve this problem is just connect with the spirit. Simple as that. Just connect with the spirit. The spirit will work everything out. I'm not talking about an energy, as you said earlier. It's not an energy I'm referring to. I'm referring to the spirit, which is in you. Just connect with that spirit, and that spirit will work everything out for you. That is guaranteed.
And even by being here, he has connected with the spirit, because his energy is different now, even from when he first started talking.
Spirit brought him here.
Yeah.
Spirit brought him here that he could have got this information to help him to solve the problem.
Islam. We're grateful for you, Justice Jones. Thank you, Justice Anthony.
Gratitude, Empress. Islam.
Thank you for your consistency.
Islam, Justice Jones. I'm just amazed and thrilled at 7 years, and I've barely heard from you. 7 years. Yeah. But I think it's awesome. I think it's great. I knew I could sense you in my knower. I could sense you in my knower. Everyone who's been with us this time, even if it's only been one day, I can sense in my knower that you're there, because I know for sure that, for example, the numbers under our videos and things, those are not correct numbers. We know that. We know that some people buy likes and clicks and all of that stuff. We don't do any of that, but we can feel you in the spirit. We know it. We know you're there.
And one thing about you, I know they're not going to fool you. I know you.
I created them. Islam. Well, at this time, we will adjourn until Sunday at 6.
It's like
Islam Nobility. Just the sheriff. Just the sheriff.
Yes, sheriff. Yes. Yes, I'd like to ask if anyone with some experience with the internal revenue, the Treasury. I filled out an SS4 and they responded to me one time and it was something about my name and I see Creeds there. They haven't responded. I haven't been able to get a response from them. So I'd like to know if there's anybody that could help me with that, assist me, maybe, give me a point or something.
Did
Could
you
I get that email or something, contact information?
Okay, did you restate the form before you filled it out?
Yes, I restated it. Yes.
Okay. Islam. Anyone, any takers to assist Brother Sheriff? Anyone?
Because I need to get in there.
This is our suggestion. This is our suggestion, Justice Sheriff, that you allow the Spirit to lead you through that process. Just let the Spirit do it, and the Spirit will. Yes, others assist us, but the Spirit will assist you far greater. Just so that you're aware.
Yes, I've been struggling with that. Yeah, I get a lot of interference, just like we get on the call here. I get a lot of interference, in Khalifa territory.
Do we stop the call just because? Do we stop Congress just because of that?
No.
Do we keep going and ignore the mess? I'm just asking.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, but okay. I'm just asking. Islam.
Justice Sharif, why don't you put your email in the chat and just say anyone who will, if you could, please email me. Because some may will to assist, but they just don't want to say anything right now.
Okay.
Islam.
Well, he's trying to get a response from the IRS.
That's not even who that is. But yeah, But Justice Sharif, we just will that you properly address the right court.
They usually get your respondents, but it's like some of the things these people stole certain properties and they claim that they didn't they weren't paid, and then long after they held me for a while, I look in their records, they got the information and the stuff was paid for, what they call paid or set off and discharged, but they didn't stop them from stealing. So there's a lot of criminal activities going on.
Yes, there is in some cases. Islam. And with that, we will adjourn until next week on next Strong Sunday, 7 days hence. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Islam.
Islam.
Islam. Islam.
Love you. Islam. Grand rising. Peace and grand rising.
Love and energy.
Peace and grand rising.
Islam.
Peace and
Islam.